Hello, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. Once again, you're listening to World Combat Sports. What it is, people, and salute to another week. I know it's 2020. Y'all just can't wait each day. It ticks away to get to the end of this calendar. You know what I'm saying? We just can't wait till the elections take place and everything else that has to do with just putting this year behind us. Salute to everybody that's in the workforce, getting it in, had to jumpstart that week. I salute to you for supporting yourselves, your family, and everything, all the responsibilities that you have as grown adults. And for the kids, man, be patient, school. Some of you all are at home virtually learning in school. Take full advantage of it. It was leading to this point of virtual learning. It was leading to this point, regardless if it was COVID-19 or not. So enjoy that. Ace Boogie in the building. Salute to you, Ace Boogies. What's good, my brother? May all is well over in the UK. Salute to the UK people over there, man. This is what is good. Today, it's Muddy Flats MMA. And for those of y'all don't know, when I speak of mixed martial arts, it's Muddy Flats MMA. Catchweight is boxing, just so you can, be informed as the two different layers. My topic of discussion is definitely going to be about the one and only notorious Conor McGregor. I know when it comes to this media, a lot of people choose to pinpoint certain athletes to talk about, when they get in trouble or when they have situations outside the ring. I know if it was Adrian Broner, people be all over. It'd be all over the headlines and everything. But, only certain channels truly cover in depth boxing and mixed martial arts. That means myself, I have to basically dive into the boxing side of the house and those waters. And also I have to swim on the mixed martial arts side. And I want to talk about this Conor McGregor, who's been getting in an extensive amount of trouble, especially when he was able to go over there and fight Floyd Mayweather and pick up those hundreds of millions of dollars. He is the epitome of when fighters are able to reach the mountaintop, the pinnacle, and blow it. He's in the process of almost blowing everything right now. But he has just enough money and just enough for it to be considered a lesser offense. Because you're thinking about him, he's from Ireland. So a lot of what he's doing is outside of the perimeter of the U.S. footprint, even though he competes over here. You know what I'm saying? He competes anywhere that the UFC is at right now. But we want to talk about the timeline, people. I want to kind of take you through the Conor McGregor rise, his meteoric rise in mixed martial arts. And then we're going to get to the criminality, which has suited him most recently in the worst way possible. I'm talking about, this is not just petty shit. This is borderline an individual that may have a problem. You know what I'm saying? He may have an issue. He may be a guy who a lot of people look at and say, you know what, Conor McGregor, he really don't have to, kind of fight his way or take the kitty. He can just talk to any woman and he pretty much can get it. But it's coming to a point where he might just have a situation where allegedly, this is not one situation, but more than one situation, that he's been a part of an incident that is considered sexual assault. And this is becoming a regularity right now. Okay? A regularity is when you're in the media, whether it's you or your team, and you are an accomplice to the group. You are an accomplice. So being that Conor McGregor name is a top tier name in mixed martial arts, when his name hit the headlines in the mixed martial arts community, of course, people are going to talk about it. But I don't hear it being spoken on too much in the new media to a point, unless that particular channel covers, or if it's a black fighter. That I'm just keeping it 100. So let's talk about Conor McGregor. All right. His new allegations, just to touch bases with you, let me just lay this out for you. His fresh, brand new, out the box allegations, Conor McGregor exhibited, just language, his private parts to a married woman as she entered a bar toilet. El Baño. Has she entered a bar toilet on the holiday island of Corsica? This claim was made on Sunday. This was in France. All right. The alleged victim, which was a young married woman, of course, reported it to the authorities. All right. The evidence is an alleged sexual assault and indecent exposure. Now, what I mentioned earlier was he just exhibited his private parts. But this was an alleged sexual assault. And I'm saying to myself, why, Conor? Why the fuck will somebody of your presence in mixed martial arts and your superstardom have to be in the amid an incident such as a sexual assault? It makes no sense to me, but it does make sense because some of these individuals who are on the highest level of celebrity, of superstardom, they feel they can get away with anything. He's proven that. You know what I'm saying? Conor McGregor is proven that he gets a little bit above himself and thinking that he can get away with anything. That's real. Investigation source later revealed that he claims Conor McGregor, related to the incident, dealing with this young woman. The accused had been drinking heavily around the marina and is said to have gotten involved in some bad behavior. Okay. So Conor McGregor out here drinking, having fun, doing rich people shit. All right. It's not like you don't know rich people, the way they drink and have fun. And, it can get out of hand sometimes. It's all about what the circle that you keep, right? A formal complaint was made made to the police Thursday by unnamed witness, believed to be the victim. Okay. Now, granted, Conor McGregor, he has a kid. I don't know his relationship. They might have an open relationship or whatever the case. But, it's down to a point that he is and has been currently in a relationship with a female. But I really don't get into personal shit because she knows he's been out here. She knows. So to keep his family out of it, I'm just going to talk about the exterior part of it just a bit. Or maybe not. Because shit, if this shit is out here, then we all know you're in a relationship. Or you married or not married. You propose or you didn't propose. Either way, it's out here in the general public. It's public record. So Conor McGregor was on a holiday recently in Corsica with his girlfriend. There had been a complaint pointing towards sexual assault and indecent exposure, said the spokesman. French police can hold a suspect for an initial period of 48 hours before having to apply for an extension of custody. In this case, McGregor was released without charge, but the case has not been closed and there may be further action. This is where it comes into play that they can continue the investigation and extradite, if that's possible, Conor McGregor back to the scene and investigate him or indict him, whatever. He has been released before the legal end of the police custody and without any judicial review. Any judicial review. This is what you call rich privilege. Rich privilege, when you got money and you have people like Conor McGregor around him. So he was actually in Corsica to prepare for a 24-hour charity, a water bike race. from Calvary to Monaco. Okay, I'm not on here to really talk about all, what he was there to do, but we're going to go down the timeline of my man, Conor McGregor. Even though I know this shit by heart, I want to go down the timeline, okay, of what he's been a part of. Just like I did John Jones when I did the video on John Jones. No different. For those of you that's tuning in, no different. Conor Loco Sports in the building. Salute to y'all. Don Dada, Wrench Gang, what's good? So let's go to, and for those of you just tuning in, this is a Muddy Flats MMA. I'm speaking on the one and only notorious Conor McGregor. And I want to give a brief summation on his career, on how he was able to elevate himself to superstardom. It was amazing what he was able to do, y'all. It was amazing. So as I mentioned before, Conor McGregor initially took up boxing as an amateur, and he was a star in Ireland. He was an amateur boxing star, and he decided to get to a point where boxing, it wasn't cut out for him, so he was going to decide to turn over to mixed martial arts. He did okay. He had 2 losses in a neighboring organization. You know what I'm saying? He actually competed in organizations like Cage Warrior, Immortal Fighting Championships, Chaos FC, all the old school, the Ireland regionals, which is a internal footprint to his fighting. Then he got the call up to the UFC. All right. So when he came over to the UFC, he had 2 losses already, like I said, but yet he had this mystique about him. And when he came in here and fought Marcus Brimbrich, who was one of these guys, 6-1 at the time, and he's supposed to be the next star, and he was quality talent, skill set was okay. He went in there and beat him via decision. Not anything special, right? So he kept going up the chain, and he fought a Dustin Poirier. Yeah, the same Dustin Poirier, y'all, who just was subbed out by Khabib Nurmagomedov. But he fought Dustin back in 2014, and he closed him out in 1 round. Now, this started to bring that light to the notorious Conor McGregor. That round 1 over Dustin Diamond Poirier. But now, in short form, look, he has only had, before he steps in there with Dennis Silver, he only had, I believe, 4 fights. And the big names on that resume was a younger Max Holloway. He defeated him, which went on to be featherweight champion. And then Diego Brandao, which was another touted dude, but he stopped him in round 1, and he stopped Dustin Poirier. Max Holloway and Dustin Poirier were some of the bigger names. So when he stepped in there with Dennis Silver, he finished him in round 2. This fight after Dustin Poirier began the rise of Conor McGregor's superstardom to get in there with Floyd Mayweather. This what catapulted him to new stardom, astronomically changed his life forever, put him in a position to win money he never would have been able to make internal to the UFC. Rob is on deck. What's good? So he steps in there with Chad Mendes, who I had the opportunity of seeing a lot when I was in California because of Team Alpha Male. We had kumites. We had, competitions on base all the time. Pancreation, rather, not kumites, pancreation. And you was able to strike from the neck down. So, you had Team Alpha Male coming down from SAC, California, and you would see, I'm telling you, when I used to go running in Orange County off base, I used to see Uriah Faber all the time. Anyway, not to get off subject, but anyway, Chad Mendes, he closed him out in 2 rounds. At this point in time, people are really grasping on to Conor McGregor. Dana White said he's a superstar in the making. People think he already a superstar, with all his bravado. But when he went in there to face Jose Aldo back in December 2015, his entire life changed because Jose Aldo at the time, people, listen to this shit. Jose Aldo only had one loss to his resume, y'all. And this is going to trip you out when it comes to Jose Aldo, a legend of the sport, future Hall of Famer. Anything you want to put Jose Aldo, a Brazilian that has some of the most lethal leg kicks in the sport. He hasn't lost in the UFC. The only loss to his record was when he was outside the UFC at that point in time before he stepped in there with Conor McGregor. That's what makes this shit so amazing. He only had one freaking loss outside of the organization, the promotional organization of UFC. So when Conor McGregor stepped in there with this guy, it was not only his breakout fight, it was his jetpack to take him to new levels that not too many other fighters will ever experience, ever in life. Legendary shit for Conor McGregor. Legendary, y'all. What Conor McGregor, what I'm about to tell you what he did was legendary. It was a point in time I didn't like Conor McGregor. I just say, man, this dude is a live wire. He's impulsive. And, you know, once he does get a hold of, you know, some of that stardom, he's just going to be a troublemaker. He stepped in there with Jose Aldo and knocked him out in 13 seconds. And Jose has never lost in the UFC. He's never freaking lost. And he closes him out. Look, there's a preliminary to this shit. It's called psych jitsu. I never heard anybody say it. But when I was reporting on this the first time, I used it. It was psych jitsu by Conor. Because he fucked with Jose Aldo so much during the lead up. It fucked Jose Aldo up, man. It had him boiling inside. He's like, man, I gotta knock this motherfucker out. I'm gonna take away all this shit. You remember when you had Nate Diaz say, you taking everything I work for? That's what Jose Aldo was saying. Like, who is this motherfucker? You taking everything I have worked my ass off for. And Conor, he hasn't lost since he came in the UFC. He only had 2 losses from neighboring organization. So when he knocked out Jose Aldo in 13 freaking seconds, Dana White said, okay, I might have some here. This man became a champion quicker than freaking Israel Adesanya coming over to the UFC. And he fought, and he has world champions on his record. Previous to stepping there with Jose Aldo, he had future interim champion Dustin Poirier. He had future featherweight champion in Max Holloway. You know, he has some champions on his shit. So now, this is where my mentality comes in when it comes to boxing and guys stepping up weight classes and everything. And people making a big fucking deal of it. Because you have to study, sometimes you just have to study more than one combat sport to understand that it's guys out here competing in other combat sports with weight disparities. But when it comes to boxing, sometimes people just, you know, they got soft toes. They don't want to walk on a subject too much. It's like, ouch, ouch. My shit too sensitive. I ain't never traveled those damn hot stones before. That's too much weight. But I've seen in foreign countries, in the US, I've seen bigger guys get handled by little guys sometimes. And when I heard Conor McGregor was going up to welterweight, he was draining himself down from 145, y'all. 145. Now, after competing with Jose Aldo and knocking him out in 13 seconds, he went from 145, y'all, 145 all the way up to the welterweight division of 170. 20 plus pounds. 20 plus pounds. He moved up to face Nate Diaz in the welterweight division without a title fight. Why? Because it made money and it made sense. So Dana White said, fuck it. I'm going to make this fight. Conor McGregor goes up and faces a BJJ black belt, Stockton OG, Nate Diaz, a guy who's been, doing this shit long before Conor came around and started doing it. The Diaz brothers was talking shit and goddamn fucking people up with their bravado and charisma long before Conor McGregor came around. That's just facts. Conor just kind of touched people a different way because he had the Ireland, the Irish accent, and he had the tattoo, he's inked up nice and shit like that. So when he stepped in there with Nate Diaz in 2016, I mean, the first one was March of 2016, right? The hype behind this fight was damn near like it was a championship fight, almost like it was for the unified titles. But the fight was for absolutely nothing. Nothing but bragging rights, y'all. This fight right here between Conor McGregor and Nate Diaz was bigger than most fights that you'll see for a title. He goes in there and he has a stand-up exchange for the first round. And we're kind of learning, is this guy for real or not? And at the time, it was for 5 rounds. But for those of you that follow Conor McGregor, say, damn, he has cardio issues. How is he going to go in there with the guy who can endure punishment like Nate Diaz? How is this going to play out? And man, the volume of exchanges and battle that took place in the first round, Conor McGregor tapped into his reserves quick. And when it came down, to who was dropping who, both of these guys was landing punches. It wasn't too many kicks in the equation. This was a stand-up war. So when the second round came into play, all I'm looking at is Conor McGregor. How is he going to handle the pressure? Because Nate Diaz, them motherfuckers was bathed themselves in freaking blood. No quit, no surrender. And Conor McGregor has power. He's a good counterpuncher. But guess what? When you continue to get pressured from a guy like Nate Diaz, who's willing to eat your punches and keep going, it don't matter. You have to drop him and knock him out cold. And no one had never really did that. The only other person to come close, I believe, was Josh Thompson, I believe. And it was a shin kick to the head. But anyway, Conor McGregor changed his level and go in for a takedown. At this point in time, people, I'm saying to myself, oh shit, he's fucked up. He is absolutely fucked up. This is not a night for you to prove to the people that you don't have a jiu-jitsu game. And if you even did have a jiu-jitsu game, I'm not going to go into the belt systems Conor McGregor potentially may have held. I automatically consider he was a white belt. All right, those of you jiu-jitsu ground game enthusiasts, you know what the belt system is. There's no way that I would have said, okay, he's a purple. There's no way that I even dare say he was a blue because it was no history of it. And we all know that his ground game sucked and it was embryonic. It was still in the development stages. He changed levels and went in for a double leg on Nate. And Nate sprawled out easily. He just sprawled out easily. That was a desperation shot by Conor McGregor to get on Nate Diaz just so he can catch his breath. That is what you call a point of desperateness where you can try to isolate your opponent, control their posture, hopefully, stall the action, slow it down, get your breathing back under control, and in the process, try not to take damage from the bottom position because we know Conor was going to be on the bottom position. So being that the ground game, jiu-jitsu game has improved so much, it is a way for you to, control the posture of your opposition that's in the top position. The one that may have the dominant position. So Conor McGregor being tired and everything, right? He's in dire needs right now. So I love what Nate Diaz was able to do. He started landing those little short punches. Now Conor McGregor has no space to move because he's laying on the ground. It takes away any type of flexibility he has to basically slip or dodge punches. I'm not saying you can't, But when you're tired like Conor McGregor, he's oblivious. So Nate Diaz is landing these punches, short punches, boom, boom, boom. He's fucking goddamn Conor McGregor up. These is all headshots. He ain't going to nobody. Nothing but headshots. So he get the reaction that he wants. Conor McGregor turns over, gives up his back. Nate Diaz is already sinking the hooks in. And this is child's play to Nate Diaz. He runs his arm up under the neck of Conor McGregor with no problem. Conor McGregor didn't try to fight the hands, no 2-on-1, he didn't even try to get wrist control. He's not trying to tuck the chin and search for the gap. He didn't know what none of that was. And before you know it, Nate Diaz is locking in RNC. Game over. I apologize for taking too long, but that was a part of his legendary rise, because people was looking for Conor McGregor to face adversity like that, because you just can't see what his true skill set is if he's knocking out a champion in 13 seconds. So he went in there with a highly skilled veteran as Diaz, and he was subbed out. So I'm looking at the people to see how, the people still cheering Conor McGregor. You know what I'm saying? This motherfucker just lost after all the trash talk. The press conferences, water bottles being thrown and everything. It got downright nasty. Dana White schedules a rematch because Dana White knows that Conor McGregor could be a star. He understands that. A lot of people around the place, fighter-wise, didn't believe the hype so far. Because when he was subbed out by Nate Diaz, they say, okay, there goes that. He goes back in there and win a decision against Nate Diaz, which he took a different approach this time. He didn't exhaust the gas tank. He was selective on his punch, his counter punching, and his pressure. So he was able to defeat. So this is where it begins to get legendary, continue this legendary rise, is when he was able to drop back down to lightweight division and face Eddie Alvarez. Eddie Alvarez, the underground king who I've met in person before, taken a lot of punishment, been in some wars in his life. In March, he faced Nate Diaz the first time. He turns back around in August of 2016 and faced Nate Diaz for the rematch, wins. Okay, wins via decision. The same year in 2016, people, look, this is why I look at combat sports different. In March of 2016, he fought 170 twice, then drops back down to 55 and face another champion in a higher division for which he's already currently the featherweight champion at 45. He drops back down to 70 to 55 to face Eddie Alvarez. The underground king has been a champion in every organization he's been in. And he finished in 2 rounds. 2 rounds. He is the first mixed martial artist in the UFC to become champ simultaneously in 2 divisions. He is the featherweight champ and the lightweight champ. This fight right here basically was a slingshot to get him to fight with Floyd Mayweather. This fight right here was the problems. This ignited the problems of Conor McGregor to start his downward spiral. Because at this point in time, he is in another stratosphere of notoriety when it comes to mixed martial arts. They're looking at this dude like, how was he able to do something that the greats before him has never been able to think about? How? All the greats before him has not been able to do it. They might have been a champion in 2 divisions, but not at the same time. Conor McGregor was able to do this shit and hold titles in the division at the same time. Now, this is where it gets a little bit crazy, y'all. From November 2016, after he defeats Eddie Alvarez, Conor McGregor did not return back to the sport of mixed martial arts until 2018. October 2018. I have to give you the preliminaries because it's very important to know where this man is headed right now and how he's so fucked up with all the money that he has that he cannot control himself. And I understand a little bit as to how that can happen to somebody who came from where he came from and was able to pull off several situations, line himself up that no one else could even fathom. This man stopped Eddie Alvarez in November 2016, y'all. And the following year, August of 2017, between the time he defeated Eddie Alvarez and to the time he stepped in the ring with boxing's best, Floyd Mayweather, it was less than a year. This man had to basically, and we're not talking about a full year 2016. We're talking about just, like a month and a half remaining in 2016. He had to transfer over to start taking up boxing to at least get, a bit of coordination down. Not only that, he had to start fucking with Floyd Mayweather in the media. He had to start building this shit up. So it didn't happen. It didn't happen immediately. He had to start fucking with Floyd Mayweather, talking shit to him. Then people started actually believing that Conor McGregor could fuck Floyd Mayweather up. So it was the back and forth on whether Floyd Mayweather was going to step into the cage. No, because that would have been an absolute annihilation. Conor McGregor would have annihilated Floyd. He would have humiliated Floyd. And I don't think if that would have happened, the boxing community would have looked at Floyd in the same way as they did James Toney. That's why I got mad respect for James Toney coming on here with Randy Couture, multi-time world champion. I'm talking about Randy Couture, multi-time mixed martial art world champion. James Toney came over here and was immediately taken down and defeated. So Floyd Mayweather wouldn't have been the first boxer. We can go back to Ray Mercer. We can go back to plenty of people that used to box. But anyway, he started fucking with Floyd in the media. People started latching on to it, really giving, attention to this shit. And then it got to a point where Floyd probably hit Conor up and said, you know what, give me a call, man. You know how your people call me. They talk and say, hey, this is what I want you to do. I want you to continue talking that shit in the media, man. And we're going to make this fight happen. We're going to make it happen. Because I'm trying to get that one more on my record. And you're the perfect one. You 0-0 in boxing, but you're a 2-division champion right now in the UFC, and you're at the top of the motherfucking pinnacle. You're perfect. We're gonna make millions, baby. Keep on fucking with me in the media. Keep it going. The same shit that you see with Gary Russell and Devin Haney. It's not like it hasn't been done before. It's just the fact that when Conor McGregor and Floyd Mayweather happened, it was done in such a way where the popularity of both fighters were at a high level that people latched on to it and they instigated the shit. They instigated it. You have an Irish fighter going up against one of the U.S. premier elite boxers in the game. People are actually believing that mixed martial arts versus boxing is upon us. They are believing wholeheartedly that Conor McGregor can go in there and fuck Floyd Mayweather up. Because Floyd Mayweather being the older fighter, Conor McGregor, the younger fighter, he can come over here and he can get the job done. Why? Because he knocked out Jose Aldo in 13 seconds. He knocked out Eddie Alvarez in the second round. They're really looking at his power like, damn, this motherfucker's for real. So Floyd and him talking, man, you know what it is? Keep on hyping this shit up. And Floyd probably talking some shit too. Say, yeah, I'm going to give you what you want. Conor, I'm going to give you what the fuck you want. Keep on hyping this shit up. Now, as I told you, It was less than a year, y'all, before Floyd Mayweather stepped in the ring with Conor McGregor. Less than a year for all this to transition. This is a promotion that played out heavy in social media. I'm absolutely, a lot of people don't want to acknowledge it, but this is, when you talk about what we're seeing right here with Gary Russell and Devin Haney, this fight right here played out absent of many of the platforms that you see. And it's a good thing that the Russell Haney played out the way it did, because it transcended another level of social media promotion. In this particular case with Mayweather and Conor McGregor was that their popularity was so high. I'm talking about not just being each competitor being a champion. I'm talking about Conor McGregor being at the top tier of superstars in the UFC. Floyd Mayweather, 49-0, being at the top level of boxing. The highest tier. We're not talking about kickstarting. We're not talking about the phase one. The fight happens. I mean, the promo starts and everything happens the way it should. You know, people pay their money. They make their bets. Pay-per-view is $100 each. People tune in. Everybody have their own opinion about what's going to happen. And Conor McGregor goes through all the, you know, the build up. You know, it's always some controversy going to be in between. You know, him and the shit that popped off with Paulie Malignaggi. He said he fucked Paulie up, and Paulie, like, they didn't show the whole video, which I agree. They didn't show the whole video. I agree, because Paulie may not have power, but he can box. And if you didn't look at the bare knuckle fight between him and Artem, he broke his hand in the first round. And he boxed it out to a decision win. Same shit he can do with Conor McGregor. If you're boxing, it don't matter if you're a two division champion at the time. You in there with a seasoned multi-division champion, and they're gonna use their wits. They're gonna use their boxing IQ to outbox you. So all this shit with him stumbling and all that, I don't care. But he went in there with Floyd Mayweather, and he was able to execute some illegal tactics that we never seen happen on Floyd Mayweather, and the referee was doing absolutely nothing. Conor McGregor was hammer punching, you know, rabbit punching behind the head, hammer strikes, where you go from a 12-6 motion, you know, and hits opponent with basically the side of your hand and of a fist. And we seen Floyd Mayweather turning his back. Usually, if a fighter turns their back in a regular bout, you know, it can signal they're in trouble. Potentially give them a standing 8, you know, or the fight can be called off. But in this particular bout, it was sort of like how you put it? How do I want to phrase this? It was almost like it was an official exhibition bout on the highest level. You know what I'm saying? Like, people didn't want to claim it as an exhibition bout. Why? Because Conor McGregor was coming in with a boxing license, and he was a top-tier mixed martial artist. But as the fight continued to go on in the early rounds, everybody was latching on to Conor McGregor's every move, and they kept on salivating, waiting for Conor McGregor to catch Floyd Mayweather. Oh, it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time. And all the time, you know, Floyd Mayweather is carrying this dude like a new suitcase. He's just carrying Conor McGregor. And then you could see Floyd start to opening up, you know, and Conor McGregor started to tire out. And long story short, Floyd finished him in the 10th round. Conor made over $100 million. Over $100 million. Let me read some of the comments. Ace Boogie said, had Conor been a different color and from a different country, he'd be in jail and hated by the American. I agree with that. I agree with that, Ace. Dundal said the notorious PIG for real. T. Jones say salute. What's good? What's good? What's good, T. Jones? Salute to you. So when Conor McGregor was able to pull off and make over 100 plus million. Let's not forget that happened in 2017, people. All right. I told you from the last fight in the UFC in 2016, November 2016, he didn't return back to the cage in the UFC until October 2018. That was a long time. That's close. That's being out, to, you know, that's being out the cage for damn near just under 2 years. That's a long time not to fight mixed martial arts. Now, let me tell you another thing that you may have or may not have known, that Conor McGregor, he never defended the title. Conor McGregor never defended his title. Kind of give you that Tyson Fury, you know, kind of air, right? He never defended either one of the title. He went to the top, never defended the title. But we're moving on from that. Conor McGregor pleads guilty to disorderly conduct in exchange for community service to resolve charges stemming from a backstage melee at the Barclays Center ahead of UFC 223. Now, if you don't know what this is, I'll keep it short. Khabib the Nurmagomedov, Conor McGregor, of course, they had this like brewing rivalry, and it was shit talking. I mean, this was much more different than him making money with Floyd Mayweather. This was no freaking jovial type of mentality here. They didn't have any freaking friendship or rapport between one another. They despised each other. Real talk. So when Khabib was on deck that night to fight, they ran into a good friend. Artem Lobov. Really good dude, man. I had the opportunity to meet him down in bare knuckle fighting when he was on the main event. Salute. Good dude. So Khabib and his team cornered Artem Lobov, and they was talking to him and sunning him a little bit. People thought it was a sun speech, and he had his boys with him. Khabib had his boys with him, and Artem was by himself. And you know, the conversation was somewhat like, "Hey, guess what? You know, I want to let you know that." And, hey, look, Khabib probably say, "Listen, I just want to let you know, I'm gonna fuck Conor McGregor up. It's only a matter of time. I'm gonna fuck your friend up. You tell him, you send message. Brother, I'm gonna fuck your boy up. So tell him to keep talking, sign the contract, and we can fight. But if I see him, I'm gonna smash his face." Conor McGregor shows up in NYC with some goons. He posse up. He's pissed off. He goes into the garage. He finds out what a team bus was. Not the team bus, but he finds out what a UFC, team bus was carrying the fighters. And he goes ballistic. And then he picks up a steel dolly and throws it at the window. Now, for an average man like us, we are basically registering the repercussions behind this shit. We're like, okay, I got a car note. I got mortgage, okay. I mean, car note and mortgage, I got this in my account. I'm gonna put this motherfucking dolly down. Shit, fuck that. That's too much legal fees. Man, hell no. Christmas coming up too. Fuck that. So Conor goes up here, no hesitation, boom, leashes the dolly at the window. Glass breaks. Some team members, some compeers, some mixed martial art compeers was injured, cut with the glass and everything. Conor then stopped there. So get off the fucking bus. Get off the bus. And they're holding Khabib back on the bus from getting off. Rose Namajunas was injured. Michael Chiesa was injured. Everything. Fucked up situation. So he goes in here, and this motherfucker court system, he pleads, and they give him 5 days of community service, y'all. 5 fucking days. Okay, let's move on. He finally gets his shot in October 2018 against Khabib. This is one of the biggest hyped matches ever. He disrespected every layer, And rest in peace, Khabib's dad, Mr. Nurmagomedov, a legend of combat sports, man. Unfreaking believable. You know, I have to be honest. I did not think that his dad would die. You know how you see some people with that type of exterior. I didn't think Khabib's dad would pass when he was sick during COVID-19. I just didn't see it happening. But Khabib was absolutely disrespected. Conor McGregor did everything to disrespect his manager, Ali Abdelaziz. You know, calling him a freaking a snitch. Call him a terrorist. They called him everything in the book. He offered the man a drink, which was against his religion. He said Khabib's wife is a towel. You know, he did anything and everything. The same thing he did to Jose Aldo. Seriously, same thing he did to Jose Aldo. He took it a step farther with Khabib to the point where people thought lives was going to be in danger if these two camps linked up. Like security was heightened. It wasn't no motherfucking play here. You don't play around with them cats Khabib roll with. And you don't play around with the Irish dudes when they come out. Believe me. But I'm more so Khabib type fucking with the Muslims. You about to find somebody to get fucked up. Khamzat Chimaev even made it a point to say he flew. He attempted to goddamn fly in to fuck Conor McGregor up, and he was denied. Wind got hold of it, you know, the right breeze and shit. And they said, don't let this kill in this motherfucker. He's on the hunt. But anyway, it was one of the most disrespectful promos leading up. I don't think anybody has came close to touching. Not even the freaking, you know, Jermell Charlo and Tony Harrison, you know, Mike Tyson. It hasn't been close to this. This was pure disrespect. Pure, I mean, raw disrespect. They fight finally. Finally, the clash, the showcase is upon us, and Khabib shoots in, level changes, shoots in for the double. Conor's defending pretty well. I say, oh shit, okay. You've been working on your ground game a little bit, your takedown defense. All right, cool. But it was only a matter of time before Khabib, you know, keeps pushing, sapping the gas tank. And if you saw the fight, you know, Khabib, once he was able to dictate the momentum, he was able to, you know, sit Conor down next to the cage, which he loves to do. Khabib really doesn't like, you know, the center of the cage. He likes to do his work up against the cage to put you in like a close quarter combat type of confinement. He went over there and broke down Conor McGregor. Really didn't punish him like he did Edson Barbosa or Michael Johnson. Conor McGregor was defending pretty decent. Like he did land some shots, but the punishment wasn't as blatant as he's did some other top tier athletes. So when it came down to Conor starting, you know, degrading, losing that cardio, all that shit, he literally, you know, took his back. He didn't even take his back to a point where he had to apply the hooks and control Conor McGregor. He knew Conor McGregor was so fucked up and tired and exhausted from trying to defend. When he ran his hand and started the submission process, Conor McGregor didn't even defend it. Like he didn't even defend the motherfucking choke because he was so tired. It was an animal on him the whole time. Khabib was an absolute animal. He locks in what some people thought was a neck crank, but it was a fulcrum choke. He subs Conor McGregor out in the fourth. And Khabib, in the moment, is cussing the shit out of Conor McGregor. If he could have found the shank, he probably would have stuck it through Conor's eye. If he could, he probably would have kicked Conor in the nuts, everything else, and kept fighting and subbed him again till he goddamn went to sleep. Woke him up, subbed him again, and woke him up. It was that type of motherfucking fucking fight. So outside the cage is Dylan Dennis. He been talking shit the whole fight. So Khabib like, motherfucker, did you just see what I did to your boy? Shut the fuck up. Sit your ass over there. I'll fuck you up too. And Dylan Dennis just keep on fucking talking. Khabib scales the cage, eagle style. Boom, into the damn crowd. Melee ensues. They only fined Conor McGregor $50,000 for that brawl when he punched one of Khabib's cousins, I believe. Punched him on his way to hop out the cage. They didn't freaking do anything. So that prompted some of them team members from Khabib to come in there and sucker punch Conor McGregor. So they banned Conor McGregor for 6 months. No big deal. No big deal for Conor McGregor because he just made over $100 million plus. Who the fuck cares? They only fined him $50,000 though. But then for Khabib, the one who scaled the motherfucking cage and jumps out there, they fine him close to $500,000. $500,000, dog. I think that's a little bit over the top. For real. I think it's a little bit over the top. But the one who left the cage and brought it into the damn audience, the viewing audience, was Khabib. So it is what it is. Then it was a situation where Conor McGregor was in Bellator supporting one of his fighters, and he scales the cage to support one of his fighters after his fighter had won. And he jumps on top of him, and they're doing like Irish type shit, you know, in the local pub like they used to. And the referee comes over there and split them up and pushes Conor McGregor. And Conor McGregor goes ballistic, and he goes and pushes the referee. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Then Conor McGregor's out in town doing some Adrian Broner type shit. And fan want to take a picture. He acts like he's going to take a picture, snatches the phone and smashes it. Conor McGregor arrested for assaulting a fan's phone. Yeah, I didn't lie. MMA star Conor McGregor was arrested in Miami after he allegedly smashed the phone of a fan who was trying to get a picture. Then it comes down to Conor McGregor, you know, taking some more time off from the cage. People are like, okay, you fought Khabib in 2018. Where the fuck are you? October 2018, he fought Khabib, and he didn't return back to the cage until January 2020, y'all. You know why he was able to do that? Because of all the money he made with Floyd Mayweather. Now Conor is back in the news twice. It is on camera that he punched the old man in a local pub because he didn't want to drink the proper 12 whiskey. See, I never brought that shit up when I was talking about the promo, the lead up to Khabib Nurmagomedov. I just didn't want to promote his shit. But now it's relevant because this man didn't want to goddamn drink his drink. And this is the same shit that Dana White was helping promote doing the lead up with the Khabib Nurmagomedov, and also him throwing the dolly into the team bus. Yeah, Dana White was promoting this shit. He was fucked up too for doing it. So people's like, damn, Khabib, he can't win because Dana White is promoting, you know, his proper 12 whiskey and all this. So he punches an old man with his left hand, which is his power hand. And I'm not saying he put a whole lot of, you know, velocity on it, but he punched the man, boom. Come on, man. The shit is on camera. He punched a man in the ear with a closed fist in an Irish pub. Moving on. A woman claims that Conor McGregor and a member of his team took a woman out that was inebriated a bit out to a vehicle, a limo, and she was sexually assaulted. That came out in the news. And Conor McGregor and his team like, you know what, that's untrue, this, that. And then people was like saying, yeah, they a guy went up there and said, ma'am, are you okay? Are you okay? Get out the car, this, that, and the other. Yeah. So recent news is what I initially led this off with. Conor McGregor is back in the news, y'all, for alleged sexual assault. Allegedly. This is all from his rise, the fame, and stepping in there with Floyd Mayweather. This is all about Floyd Mayweather in a good way. Floyd Mayweather, to be able to pull off what he was able to do, his genius in marketing himself, coming from the mud to billionaire status, he was able to bring Conor McGregor up. He was able to bring Conor McGregor up to a level of wealth that I haven't seen anybody else do. I haven't even seen another black fighter do it outside of Floyd Mayweather, to be honest. I'm talking about a dude that didn't have shit. I haven't seen it happen. I know a lot of people gonna say black and white, Floyd Mayweather. In this case, it's pretty awkward. It's a lot of idiosyncrasies that's in here. You want to, try to mesh everything together. It gets weird because Floyd Mayweather has absolutely worked for all this motherfucking money he was able to earn. But for Conor McGregor, not so much, in my opinion. Because if not for Floyd Mayweather name attached to that fight, Conor McGregor never would have made the amount of money. Never made the amount of money he was able to make on that night with Floyd Mayweather. Never. He would never come close to making that money, y'all. I'm being absolutely honest with you. He would have never came close to making that amount of money in his lifetime, which end up contributing to his absolute spiral out of control. And listen, this is not the end, y'all. When a motherfucker start doing shit in town, like you getting drunk and you having some fights or whatever, you having some little small minor run-ins with the law, you just out fucking off, cool. But when it comes to sexual assault, you saying to yourself, motherfucker, how much money do you need to be able to pull a woman? It's not like motherfuckers don't know who you are. People know who the fuck Conor McGregor is. You gotta force a motherfucker to fuck you? Seriously, you gotta force him? You have enough money and game, I suppose, because the MMA fans adore him. You have enough charisma to go out here and pull any woman that you want. You got the money. You know what I'm saying? You have the wealth. What the fuck are you out here trying to put yourself behind bars for? What the hell is going on with this dude? People talking about John Jones, but I don't see shit. I don't see nobody talking about Conor McGregor fucking up in public. And look, we talking about sexual assaults, y'all. We're talking about motherfucking sexual assaults. Let John Jones smack a woman on the ass. It's all over the freaking media. Conor McGregor back in for a second sexual assault incident, allegedly. Nobody's talking about it. I will have to give Dana White his props. He did mention it briefly. You know what I'm saying? So I have to give him his props on that. But this man was able to link up with Floyd Mayweather and make over $100 million on one fucking night. That right there, Floyd Mayweather name allowed Conor McGregor to reach a monetary height that he never will achieve in his mixed martial arts career. But legendary status for Conor McGregor was what he was able to accomplish from Jose Aldo to Nate Diaz and back down to Eddie Alvarez. It was legendary status. And then for him to have a hiatus in the sport, short time to cross over to boxing with an 0-0 record and step in there with one of our boxing greats of today and get carried 10 rounds and people be satisfied with it, satisfied just enough not to see it again. It's genius. It took this man almost 2 years to even come back to the cage and have a fight with Cowboy Cerrone, to the point where we're like, Cowboy Cerrone said he didn't want to be there. You close him out in 40-some seconds. Oh, okay. But the point I'm trying to make is Conor McGregor is heading to his own demise. He's self-destructing in front of you. Conor McGregor is absolutely self-destructing. He was fucking with the Irish mob over there. They was probably trying to, push up on him a little bit. And he was like, fuck them. And with money, you can build your circle. You can build up enough. But even then, you might come around with some unsavory, mischievous, backhanded individuals that try to set your ass up. But with money, you can build that exterior. You know what I'm saying? You can build that perimeter, that security. And that's what Conor McGregor may be at right now. But he's been fucking up, y'all. And ain't nobody talking about that shit. This nigga is doing criminal shit. He has not been able to reach that status again and come close to reaching that status. It's almost like that fight with Floyd Mayweather show you how much freaking power Floyd has. People will always give him a waiver of how he fucks up out in town just from him being able to become 2-division champion and fighting the best in boxing, y'all. The best in boxing. People in mixed martial arts will give Conor McGregor a fucking pass on criminal shit just because what he was able to accomplish in his career, not just in one sport, but 2 sports, a sport that he did not compete professionally in. He was able to come into a sport and fight the best. This is legendary shit. He was 0-0, stepping over to boxing, crossing over to boxing. No professional experience, only amateur. How does that happen? And I have to keep it real. How y'all giving Floyd that credit? How are you giving him that 50 credit? How are you doing it? It's not worthy. Conor McGregor never should have stepped in there with Floyd Mayweather. The skill levels is just too huge of a disparity between these guys to even consider that as being a legitimate opponent for Floyd. But anyway, Conor McGregor, legendary. When he's out of the sport, this shit will be talked about just as I'm doing it. It was absolutely unthinkable the way he was able to achieve what he was able to do. Moving up from 45 to 70 once again. 25 pounds in the same year. And y'all talking about Gary Russell moving up from 26 to 35 and it's a big fucking deal? Like y'all criticizing that man for taking challenges? But when they say this shit in mixed martial arts, Conor McGregor went from 45. He went from 45, y'all, all the way up to 170. $45 up to 170. Oh, did I forget to tell you? This was December 2015, y'all. And he had a fight March 2016 scheduled but canceled. But look, hey, no problem. No problem. He still fought March of 2016 against Nate Diaz. And he was subbed out. That man went up from 45 to motherfucking 70 in just over 3 months. Just a little bit over 3 months. Legendary. And he fought twice in that division before dropping back down to 55 and facing Eddie Alvarez. Legendary shit. But that doesn't condone or omit the fact that he's a troublemaker. That he's gonna fuck his life up. If he doesn't slow down, he's gonna wind up incarcerated. It's been rumor mill about Conor McGregor being potentially, we see him several times out here smoking, a nice one. He's really enjoying that life, man. His whiskey is doing great. I'm not hating on him being able to promote himself. His proper 12 whiskey is doing great. Well, it's not all about the proper 12 whiskey. It's all about, your decisions. You was able to achieve something that a lot of your counterparts in mixed martial arts will never be able to achieve. Never. And Conor McGregor did it in somewhat the same fashion that we're seeing now without just jumping on media platforms. That's how genius, that's how motherfucking amazing this shit is. But what's going to be even more amazing if he fucks up and get incarcerated for years for goddamn fucking around and trying to buy off legal teams and copping pleas. There's going to come a time when he's going to fuck with the wrong person. She's going to push for him in a whole different way, and he's going to find himself locked up. And that's really going to diminish his career. Now, is Conor McGregor the first one to get, incarcerated for some foul shit? No, you had freaking Whitehead. He used to be, a pretty decent mixed martial artist. He went in there for sexual assault of a minor. Hermes Franca went in there for sexual assault. Some of these combat practitioners, man, they do have problems when it comes to just domestic shit. And I understand that's what's going on with Conor right now, but he's fucking up big time. And y'all shouldn't sit up here and give this man a pass all because he stepped in the ring with Floyd Mayweather. That's just not the way it works. That's fucked up. No matter how you look at it, this man, he was able to set history, but yet he's setting history again by letting people know that he's out of control. If Broner was to be on here doing the shit that he was doing, it'll be all over the news headline. But Conor McGregor, silent as kept. Nobody's talking about this shit. Him punching an old man. He's a professional fighter. Him punching an old man in the motherfucking ear. Losing his motherfucking mind, tossing a dolly out of the bus when he didn't know who was on the other side. Injuring other fighters who have to step in there and being civilly sued by those fighters. Had to step in there and make a living. So he had to come out the pocket for those fighters. Oh, yeah. So keep an eye on that. He is notoriously getting in trouble right now. His meteoric rise to damn near hitting ground floor. Now, we're going to see how this next case, this more recent case fallout of this sexual assault, allegedly. We're going to see how it plays out. In the meanwhile, if you're looking for him to step back in the cage and face somebody like Khabib Nurmagomedov again, or somewhere in a higher division, we'll see. But, they're moving Conor McGregor carefully. He was the one to say he retired from the sport. He wanted to act like, okay, I'm retiring from the sport. Actually, when I believe someone with his income, if he wanted to retire from the sport, he'd be just fine. And then you had John Jones say he retired from the sport, but that's just to, potentially go up to the heavyweight division. And then you had Amanda Nunes, who's currently the females champ at bantamweight and featherweight. She said it, but we know she's still in the hunt. She just don't have the competition to make her great. Her competition is gone. And it's definitely not going to be Carissa Shields. But check this out. If Carissa Shields, in my opinion, had a better understanding like Floyd Mayweather on how to allow a fighter like Amanda Nunes to boost up the motherfucking fight and to convince people that Amanda Nunes could potentially have one opportunity to beat Carissa Shields, then it would bring a mega fight like that in the women's division. Absolutely. But Carissa Shields just don't have the right dynamic to link up with a fighter like Amanda Nunes to sell this to the fans. She just don't have it. Everybody done heard, I beat your ass, I beat your ass, I beat your ass. You know what I'm saying? We done heard that shit. I beat your ass, I beat your ass. You got to come with something better to sell a fight to the fans between, which could potentially be one of the best women's fight that we've seen crossover after Floyd Mayweather, Conor McGregor. You could potentially sell it. It's not going to do as bigger numbers in this pandemic, but just say 2021, something like that. If you gave it a good several months to hype itself up. Like I said before, when the men did it, when Floyd Mayweather did it, it wasn't a long time, y'all. It was less than a year. We're talking about potentially what? 9 months? It took since Conor McGregor's last fight, November 2016, to step in there in August 2017 with Floyd. 7. It didn't take that long. It would take longer if Amanda Nunes and Clarissa Shields would try this. You have to have the right people. Floyd Mayweather allowed Conor McGregor to take the lead and disrespect him and shit like that. Even pat the man on his head during the promo, doing the presser. Just doing some disrespectful shit. You kind of seen that a little bit with the build up to Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury. It was just some back and forth press tour. It's exhausting. You had to meet the press obligations. And of course, you probably got paid to do that shit, to hype the fight up. But you have to have the right individual. I'm not sure Clarissa Shields and Amanda Nunes are the two individuals that can sell that fight to the boxing public as a mega fight like Floyd Mayweather and Conor McGregor. I just don't see it. But anyway, I want to get to my man, Juan Archuleta. For those of you that didn't tune in, Bellator 246 went off this past weekend. And, we had a situation where we had Patchy Mix, who was undefeated, 13-0. And he went in there against Juan Archuleta. Juan Archuleta had already attempted to go for a title at featherweight against Patricio Pitbull. Talk facts. He came up short, y'all. This is why I love covering two sports. If I only covered boxing, man, it'd be such easy work. Seriously, it'd be such easy work. But my mentality is different when it comes to certain boxers trying to do certain things, because I see mixed martial artists do it all the time. I see how boxing fans denigrate fighters when mixed martial arts are doing it. The same thing. They're moving up in weight. They're dropping down in weight. We just seen it with Henry Cejudo. He take losses, came back, defeated Demetrius Johnson, defended his title. You know what I'm saying? Moved up, knocked out TJ Dillashaw. TJ came down to take his belt, knocked him the fuck out. Fought Marlon Moraes for the vacant 35, won that belt, became champ. Now he's thinking about returning to face Alexander Volkanovski. So what's so cool about this fight with my man Juan Archuleta is that he lost a title fight. So in boxing, they're complaining about certain fighters turning back around and getting title fights. Right? These are supposed to be top ranking boxers who's turning back around. Like they're saying, oh, I even mentioned myself at one point in time, but it was only for Danny Garcia. But Sean Porter, he's still at the top of the rankings, Danny Garcia. Okay. Anyway, Archuleta lost to Patricio Pitbull. He comes back around, drops down to bantamweight 35, y'all, and face Patchy Mix. Undefeated young hitter. Lion. Archuleta lost it a freaking 45 contest against one of the best in the motherfucking game. If you ain't heard of the Pitbull brothers, look them up. Beast. Archuleta only had 2 losses. But he only lost once when he challenged for the motherfucking title in Bellator at the featherweight division. Then he steps in there on the 12th and faces an undefeated fighter. I'm talking about a BJJ mongoose. and Patchy Mix. Patchy Mix mentality was like, I can't lose, man. He's coming off a fucking loss. You know what I'm saying? He got one win on his belt, but I'm gonna drag him back down, and I'm gonna drag him back down, man. I'm gonna put a hurting on this guy. And the pressure of Patchy Mix usually is that way. Seriously. Dude is a lethal assassin. Let me give you a little breakdown of why he was so fucking lethal for the people who wants to tag along and say, well, mixed martial arts is on. No, break this motherfucking shit down. Know the fighters, goddammit. This ain't eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Know what the fuck you looking at. Let me give you a breakdown of how bad this dude is. Let me take you back to the last 3, 4, 5 of his fights. Okay, take his 5th fight, knee bar, 3rd round knee bar. Next fight, KO round 1. He gets in the Bellator RNC, round 1. Next win, submission round 1. Next win, Yuki Matoya, round 1, guillotine choke. No, guillotine is not an RNC. Don't get it twisted. Then he steps in there with one Archuleta with all this momentum, this submission momentum. And you can tell how he's fighting. People, if you listen to my breakdown when the shit was going on, this guy reminds me of an old Horace Gracie, the way his pressure was. He reminds me, Horace Gracie used to pressure his opposition in a way that they believed that he was going to strike with his hands, but he wanted to get in close to pull the reaction out of them, get them to overly commit with a punch, and he's gone. It's over. Once they slip underneath, usually to the average, it's over. It's game. Game set. Done. That's how he was fighting Archuleta. He was able to get in. He was able to change levels, get in, get the takedown. But the involvement of mixed martial arts, people, is that when you take your opponent down now, it's not as easy as it was back then, where your opponent was out of water and they didn't know what to do and they just froze up. What the fuck do I do? How do I work myself to a better position? It is systems in place now that's remediated via mat time over and over again. Once a person hit the ground, the transition process happens before you're in a position to be dominated. The whole point of the person who's trying to maintain the dominant position and the person that's in the less dominant position, both of these individuals are thinking for a way out. What I mean by a way out for the person who's actually getting a takedown, they're trying to have the most successful position, the most dominant position once the fight hits the ground. And the person that's in bottom position, they're trying to relieve themselves from being placed in a predicament for which they have to do more work than they need to. So therefore, they're trying to avoid certain positions that will cause them to be in a vulnerability of being submitted, choked out, joint locks, whatever you want to call it. The thought process happens in the transition from the feet to the ground. Is the system. The takedown, avoid the legs, advance to a dominant position, and work for submission. The person that is on the bottom position can still work for submission. In this case with Mix and Archuleta, Archuleta was able to show that he's been working his submission defense, which is very key against a very strict, quick submission artist like Patchy Mix. Dude is absolutely lightning fast, man. Lightning fucking fast. He's entertaining to watch, man. Seriously, this dude is like, though I would like to watch him more in submission grappling, competing than I would mixed martial arts, because he has a ways to go. Even though he was able to submit his opponents, Archuleta was able to show him, and he even admitted to it. He was able to show him that, dude, I know you eager to sink in that RNC and sub, but I've been working the ground game also. I've been working my submission defense. I've been working a lot of areas which we know you was going to go. So it's not that easy. He was doing the 2-on-1s. He was making sure that he's not distracted, and Mix was able to sink in a single arm choke and, you know, lock it in, turn the position, and sub him out like he's did other opponents before. He was preventing him from doing that. A lot of hand fighting, a lot of awareness, positioning, never getting complacent. And though Archuleta, I say Patchy Mix had the dominant position from the back, Archuleta did enough to make Mix continue to work for the RNC to the point where he tired himself out. So in the first 2 rounds, he was able to get the takedowns, which a lot of us would say, oh, that's the dominant position. But Archuleta showed his skills, the involvement of mixed martial arts, being able to defend yourself when someone has a body lock. Most of the time when you see a grappler and some general freaking mixed martial artists, when they go to the ground, when they put that body lock on, a lot of people, according to the opponent, it's game over a lot of times. It depends on who's in the position, right there, because it's difficult for the opponent that's in the so-called bottom position to turn into their opponent or try to work a reverse with a body lock on there. It's different. But in this particular case, Archuleta remained composed. He demonstrated not to get all emotional. He worked against the leverage, used what he had been working in the gym as far as his grappling technique. So when the 3rd round came, it reminded me a lot of the decision that Stipe Miocic made with Daniel Cormier. He decided to go to the body. He was going, he was using his boxing up top, but yet he was sealing up and bow tying his combinations with the hook to the body. But the one thing that was a little bit fucked up with what I seen from Stipe is he kept going to the same spot, the right side of Daniel Cormier. What I appreciated with Juan Archuleta was that his combinations, once he committed to coming in, it was never 1 punch. It was never 2 punches. It was 3 to 4 punches. The entry was always different. The exit was always different. And the pain was always the same. He was fucking Patchy Mix up. And Mix was freaking tough, but goddamn it, the entry, and when he closed distance down on Mix with his boxing in the 3rd round, and he kept that shit going on in the 4th, the only thing that Mix could do was put his hands up to be all theatrical and say, oh, it ain't hurting. That's a telltale sign that it was motherfucking hurting, shawty. It was fucking hurting. And it was beautiful boxing by Archuleta, the Spaniard. It was absolutely a beautiful display, man. It was a fight. If you all tune in, go watch that fight and watch how he made adjustments. He allowed Patchy Mitch to exhaust himself with with one of his biggest strengths of his mixed martial arts layer. That layer was his ground game. That system was what he worked on and what he appreciates, and he's been able to dominate people with. What Archuleta was able to do to Patchy Mix was teach him right there on the job that you need to do more work. You need to set that up. You need to go for different types of submissions. Yeah, you're able to gain control, back control. You're able to do that easily. You quick. But you need to become more versatile once you get your opposition in that position to set them up for a submission. You just can't keep going for the same submission over and over again. You have to switch it up. put them in a different area, that they're not used to being, make them uncomfortable. I believe Archuleta was a bit comfortable in that position because he's worked on how to defend it so many times. So when a person is working how to defend a bad position, they become comfortable, not complacent, comfortable in that position, even while there's a threat. That's called remediation. That's the beauty of the muddy flats. It's a dirty motherfucking game. Archuleta started putting those combinations together. 4th, 5th round. Oh man, he was stinging Mix. He had Mix out the mix. Mix was like, God damn. It's one time where Archuleta came in from the west and he landed the combination, pivot out, turn Mix. Once Mix turned, he hit him with a left hook and he left his feet, not both of them. He left his feet and came over the top of Mix's right hand. Mix never started coming down. It was coming from a downward motion. It was beautiful. This man was dancing in that motherfucker with his hands. It was beautiful. It was absolutely pretty. For him to be taken down in the first 2 rounds, being able to defend it, and now let me introduce you to what you haven't been working on. The game has changed there, my young flower. You need to pay more attention to boxing because boxing is an intricate role in mixed martial arts. It was beautiful. Check out the fight. Archuleta picked up the Bantamweight title. And it was one of the best mixed martial arts fights I've seen in a while, technically. When it takes me back to those days. It does. It takes me back to that day when the game was evolving. And you saw certain individuals. Like you go back to when Matt Hughes, a wrestler, people's like, oh, Matt Hughes, he's a wrestler. But then for a wrestler, one of their strong points is the base, take down the fence and being on top position. When he was able to sub out George St. Pierre, the game has evolved so much since then. It has. It has evolved so much since the Gracie stepped into the arena. It's just amazing how it is basically transformed and morphed, and the game has continued to change. You seen fighters back in the day come in here and do spinning heel kicks, right? Like Vitor Belfort, Luke Rockhold. Jesus Christ. We're talking about Edson Barbosa and oh damn, who did he knock the fuck out? I cannot forget. Edson Barbosa, one of the best fast twitch spinning fighters in here with the fastest spin techniques you'll ever see. Between his kick and Vitor Belfort and Luke Rockhold, man, that shit was amazing. Now you've seen them digress to mid to low level kicks. Every now and then they'll commit to a spinning heel kick, but the defense, it's just changed. The distance, it's changed. You just don't see fighters going for those high kicks all the time and shit like that. You don't see fighters, really in an open stance like Stephen Wonderboy Thompson. Even he was forced to lean back. Yes, Stephen Thompson was forced to lean back. Because his style, even though he was a multi-time champion in his martial arts, coming in here with mixed martial arts, you have to learn how to move accordingly and learn how to adapt to your opponent's movement also. Darren Till is finding that out. Darren Till and Stephen Wonderboy Thompson, one of the most boringest fights you'll ever see in UFC history. But both of these guys was forced to lean back and learn the game a bit better. You just can't go ahead and take these wide ass stances and not understand that if you're leaning heavy on one leg, it might set you up to not be able to counter a certain way or basically get in You want to go for a takedown or, counter a shot at that specific time or whatever the case may be. One person that I can say that basically changed the game too as a recent was Henry Cejudo, a gold medal Olympian wrestler who has changed his overall game. Changed it. Worked on his boxing, worked on his boxing, worked on his boxing. Mixed martial artists like Conor McGregor, he has to understand if he had the hands that Archuleta had, nobody would be fucking with Conor right now. If a lot of mixed martial artists had the hands and displayed their hands the way that Archuleta was able to do and continue to improve upon it, they would be much more effective in their fights. Even the Pitbull brothers have pretty good hands. Even the Diaz brothers have pretty good hands. Even though they slap a lot, they have pretty good hands. They have some legitimate boxing skills. I'm telling you. Nate and Nick Diaz have some pretty damn good boxing skills, y'all. But a lot of people don't say, oh, man, I ain't trying to, pick up boxing. Even Gilbert Burns. Gilbert Burns is about to step back in there with Kamaru Usman. His reach, he's at a reach disadvantage, but let's see how it plays out. Because Kamaru Usman has proved he can take a punch, prove he has wrestling pedigree. He's proved his takedown defense is solid. He understands that. But also, you're going in there with a multi-time world BJJ champion, world champion, who has been working on his boxing. Gilbert Burns took some losses. He was being a little reckless, getting close, trying to close distance, pin the gap, and, level change, go in for the takedown. And, sometimes coming in like that over and over again, somebody's going to catch you with a counter shot. It don't matter what it is, a hook, an uppercut, don't matter. But now he's working extensive on his boxing. Shout out to Coach Santos down there in Florida. But check that fight out, man. I just wanted to give him a shout out because Patchy Mix, man, did his thing. But he reminded me of how much the game has evolved. How much the game has evolved is just amazing to watch. Seriously. Because Patchy Mix, he is blessed with speed, lightning speed. He is absolutely a terror if it comes to body locks and getting a takedown and going in for the submission. This dude is a motherfucking mongoose, a Tasmanian devil. But when you run into a guy that I consider a mixed martial arts scholar to a point, he's willing to do much more, place himself in the worst positions to get out of. And he's mastered that to a point. Archuleta was able to master defending against a high-level BJJ guy, a submission artist. And once he was able to basically deplete, now the takedown defense become much easier. Now him working his hands become much more simpler. Let me introduce you to my problem, these hands. And he did that. Not only did he do it, I would say for boxers, only certain boxers do this. That's why you hear boxers say this. Yeah, you do all this shit on the mitts, but you don't reciprocate it internal to the ring. What I was seeing Archuleta be able to execute was shit you should do on the mitts. The combinations he was throwing each and every time he kicked open the door. Boom, 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 boom. He's firing off shots. So September 19th. A lot of shit popping off this month, okay? September 19th, man. This is this weekend. We have a UFC card. It's a big deal because Tyron Woodley is trying to save his career. Tyron Woodley career after Kamaru Usman has just been on a downslide. Seriously, it's been a roller coaster with no seatbelt. He was dominated by Kamaru Usman, and then he was absolutely demolished by Gilbert Burns. Now he faces the guy, Colby Covington, who they have a bad history, just like Kamaru Usman. Kamaru Usman and Colby Covington, they had a grudge. I mean, they had some shit going on, and it was all bad. So September 19th, ESPN Plus, you have main event, Colby Covington, 15-2 against Tyron Woodley, 19-5. Tyron Woodley is on a losing streak right now, but it's been against tough opponents, very tough opponents, very tough. I'm not sure if Tyron Woodley's at the end of his career, but it's close. This is the last of the 3-fight draw of people that he's been talking about he'll beat their ass. He said it for Kamaru Usman, not so much Gilbert Burns, but he did say it for Colby Covington. And Colby Covington has been quite quiet. He's been quiet. He's been quiescent in this matter of lead up to this fight. Real talk. And if you saw my IG, I posted a video of him and Donald Trump, and it was weird. It's one of the weirdest shit I've seen. It's almost like it looked like Colby Covington about to damn kiss the ring and shit. And check it out, man. It's weird. It's trending. It's over like 2,000 some views on that video already. On my IG. But anyway, that's the main event, people. The co-main event is bewildering in a sense because it's Donald's Cowboy Cerrone, 36-15. He's coming off a win. I mean, no, he's coming off, I think, a 4-fight skid. You know what I'm saying? It's been a while since he's been able to be the cowboy of old. You know what I'm saying? But once again, when it comes to boxing and mixed martial arts, it is absolutely different, y'all. Let me tell you why. If by chance you knew a fighter that has 15 losses, Donald Cowboy Cerrone's record at 36-15. 36-15. This is what I want to mention. He comes in here and say, you know what? I didn't want to be in here with Conor McGregor. He gets shut down in the first round. Shut down round 1. A head kick and punches. Then he comes back in and faces Anthony Pettis and loses a unanimous decision. Now he's on the co-main event facing Niko Price, who's just coming off a loss to Luque Vicente. And we all saw the fight with Luque. Luque is a definite, Vicente Luque. He's coming off a loss, round 3. Why is this crazy for Cowboy Cerrone? Because we don't know which one he's going to get. We're going to get. We don't know what Cowboy Cerrone we're going to get with Niko Price. And I'm not going to dive too much into it. I'm just saying Niko Price is coming off a win. And, really Cowboy Cerrone is coming off a 4-fight losing skid. And there's some tough names, y'all. Tony Ferguson, Justin Gaethje, Conor McGregor, and Anthony Pettis. Those are 4 top-tier name guys. Justin Gaethje is scheduled to fight Khabib Nurmagomedov coming up for a title shot in the lightweight division. Tony Ferguson is coming off a loss to Justin Gaethje in a 4th-round stoppage. And Conor McGregor already went over him. Anthony Pettis is just trying to find his way again. Seriously. Anthony Pettis has 10 losses. It was one point in time that I never would have thought Anthony Pettis would have 10 losses to his name. Amazing. But as I said before, he's 36-15, y'all. Cowboy Cerrone. Next. Man, this guy right here, y'all y'all better keep a motherfucking eye out. Keep an eye out for this guy. Khamzat Chimaev. I remember last time, he was on here and people like jumping on the bandwagon. Man, Chimaev, he did good. But you didn't know the history between this dude. I told you the history. This dude flew in to whoop Conor's ass for disrespecting the Muslims. People didn't know that shit. This dude is a unique, this dude's fighting style and his whole mindset is somewhat of an enigma when it comes down to it. He's doing what a lot of fighters will like to do, but you have to be blessed athletically to pull it off. Khamzat Chimaev is undefeated 8-0. He's going in there against a fighter that's 31-13, Gerald, Meerschaert, so to speak, which is tough. But check this out. I'm curious to see what Chimaev is up to now because he's been running through opponents. His last opponent, from my understanding, didn't even land a strike. He didn't even land a motherfucking strike. Keep your eye out for Khamzat Chimaev, man. He's a beast, middleweight. He is a motherfucking beast. And you know what they saying already, right? We want to see him against Israel Adesanya, the last style bender. There's levels to this shit, y'all. And believe me, Israel Adesanya, I got to give him his props. He deserves to be where he's at right now. It's going to be up to Chimaev to take him from that throne. There's levels to this shit. We've seen guys like Chimaev, undefeated record, rise up and get that title shot. We've seen it. Why? Because we're looking at it right now. We've seen two people in the middleweight division fight for the title. We have Israel Adesanya. We have Paulo Costa. That's what we're looking at. Chimaev is no different. He just has to prove that the style that he has is more dominant than the champions. Moving on, that's the co-main. Next fight is going to be light heavyweight, Johnny Walker. Here's another guy who was highly touted and hyped up. He was highly touted to be the next best in the light heavyweight division to face John Jones. And Corey Anderson shut that shit down. He's going in there against a guy who I follow in a neighboring organization, Ryan Spann. Ryan Spann, he has talent. This is the perfect matchup. Salute to the matchmakers for real. Because both of these guys have similar styles. Ryan Spann, in my opinion, man, he's a boring fighter. I'm not going to lie. Like, he has some huge legs on him. You would think he'd be throwing some freaking toxic venom leg kicks, some crushers. I'm looking for him to change, to turn, you know, the turning point in his career, to turn the corner, so to speak. He's not entertaining what people are just going to talk about him to face the winner of Dominique Reyes and Jan Blachowicz in the light heavyweight championship fight. He's gonna have to do a lot more, man. Like Johnny Walker and Ryan Spann, they're matched up nicely because their energy and their styles are good. In my opinion, none of them really give that entertainment value to me. I would give Johnny Walker the edge because he likes doing some flying shit to get his ass in trouble. You know, more so after his celebration when he tried to do the damn centipede and fucked up his shoulder. Just stupid. Anyway, moving on to the women's division. Strawweight division, man. You know what I'm saying? That's the 15 pounders, 115. All right. You got Mackenzie Dern, 8-1. You know what I'm saying? She's a BJJ world champion, vicious on the ground. But this is not a ground. This is not a BJJ. This is not a jiu-jitsu tournament. This is not the Worlds. This is not EBI. This is not ADCC. She's going in against Randa Markos, which in my opinion is definitely the more better striker. She has 9 losses though. Her record is 10 wins, 9 losses, and 1 draw. All right. Unique part about this particular matchup is going to be for Randa Markos not to make it a close quarters fight. Don't allow Mackenzie Dern to take her down because it's going to place Markos in a world of world-class jiu-jitsu. And Dern is relentless, just like Ronda Rousey was relentless with her arm bars at the time. She is motherfucking relentless in pursuing a submission. Don't get it twisted. She is fucking relentless. You better believe it. So therefore, how I see this playing out, Mackenzie Dern, I know she just had a baby. I'm just curious to see if she picked up a boxing coach, because her hands sucks just like Ronda Rousey's did. And she really needs to pay more attention and to work on her boxing. Big time. She needs to work on her motherfucking boxing. Her jiu-jitsu game is unquestionably one of the best in the business when it comes to women. Randa Markos' hands is better than Mackenzie Dern. So now we're going to have to see how good is Markos' takedown defense when it comes to a BJJ champion like Dern. The one thing I see also with Dern is her cardio. You know what I'm saying? I had to go with Randa Markos. She's a tough fighter. She's a tough motherfucking fighter. Dern is sloppy with her boxing, and she act like she doesn't have a plan B. That's it with that. Now, a fight that I'm looking forward to, Darren Stewart, 12-5-0 against Kevin Holland, 18-5. Once again, shout out to the matchmakers. Pretty good fight, man. And, you know, Kevin Holland has been doing some good things, man. Quick turnaround and all that shit. Let me pull him up right quick. Kevin Holland's been putting on some great performances, very entertaining, and has skill. You know what I'm saying? Kevin Holland has motherfucking skill, dog. So let me pull him up right quick. I want to verify something. Kevin Trailblazer Holland, 18-5, Texas. I want to see if I'm right or not in this turnaround. Okay. Yeah, I was. Okay. He's fought one. This would be his third fight this year. From May of this year to present, this would be his fourth. Let me see. This would be his third fight. He's coming off a third round knockout of Buckley and a knee to the body ground and pound of Anthony Hernandez. So this fight with Darren Stewart is good with the matchmakers. So this is his third fight since May. And then also his opponent, Darren Stewart, is coming off a win against Pitolo in a round one guillotine choke. So you have a striking finish and you have a sub finish. You know, just because Darren Stewart got a sub finish, you know, doesn't mean he's a submission artist, but he seems like a solid dude. He's age 29, and this particular fight, age-wise, let me check the age of Holland. Holland is 27, so age-wise, they're pretty good. You know what I'm saying? So that is the main card, people. You know, that's the main card right here. Am I gonna say it's a heavy card? It's pretty heavy, y'all. If y'all follow the shit, my boy Chimaev on there, hell yeah, this motherfucker heavy. Niko Price, you know, shout out to Niko Price, you know, whoever that was. I ain't gonna mention your name, throw no names up, but I was trying to get an interview. Motherfucker didn't want to interview me. He went in and got knocked out. I was showing love before you even stepped in there with Vicente. But you want to include other shit that didn't make no sense, like I don't know my shit. Look, that's just the naiveness of some of these coaches and trainers, period. It's just the naiveness of, do you want to talk to somebody who actually knows your fighter? Or do you want to wait for ESPN to call you up? That's point blank, period. You got to make a choice. And some of what you've seen over the past week with the negotiation process plan, that's not for everybody. You have to have individuals that's willing to put forth the effort and energy to make that happen. You know what I'm saying? You have to have mature individuals that's willing to give what the fans are looking for and know how to properly moderate. Like I said, you know, when it started off on Fanon's channel, he did an outstanding job with moderating Batman and Bill Haney. In this particular case, we're dealing with Niko Price. You just need to learn the game a little bit more when it comes to media. Because if Niko Price goes in here, he's now on the winning streak, then some people may not want to talk to him. But that's not me. I want to goddamn talk. I want to learn, you know. I want to see what's popping. I want to hear what the fighter have to say. But he was stopped by Luque. You know, Luque was able to administer some serious damage, man, via strikes, and swelled up Niko's eye. And give it up to Niko Price, man. He's a tough motherfucker, man. Tough dude, dog. Tough dude. I'm not gonna lie. He's about to step back in there with Donald Cowboy Cerrone, and I have him winning that fight. Niko is just too much coming off his loss, period. He's still a tough-ass fighter. I like his style, actually. Just because, you know, his trainer is kind of, you know, a little bit behind the curve on media. He'll learn. So if I'm able to, you know, chime in with Niko Price, cool. It is what it is. But I have him beating Cowboy Cerrone. And then, of course, Colby Covington dealing with president and all that shit. He's took a different route right now. He really haven't been vocal as he usually is. He hasn't been chiming in and being the motherfucking mouthpiece of social media and, you know, putting videos up there fine as women he usually around that he probably pay to be in the frame. You know what I'm saying? Against Tyron Woodley, who at one point in time, you know, he defended his title 4 times, man, as the welterweight champion. People didn't give him too much respect for whatever reason. They felt it wasn't as appeasing. But guess what? I felt Kamaru Usman's style wasn't as appeasing either. Still don't. I didn't say he couldn't fight. I just feel his style is not a showstopper. But, you know, Tyron Woodley, he's been, you know, doing the I don't know, he's been Hollywood a little bit. And I don't know if that affected his training. But at one point in time, when he smashed Robbie Lawler for the title in one round and defended it twice against Stephen Wonderboy Thompson, winning there against Damian Maia, you know what I'm talking about? Defended like 20 plus takedown, tore his labrum out of the sport for a minute, came back in there and knocked out Darren Till. I mean, those are some of the hardest elbows I've seen hit a fighter and their head bouncing off the canvas. And they didn't get knocked out fucking cold. Darren Till, a tough dude. So that was, you know, he defended his title 4 times, legit. But he had a fall from grace, big time. And that's unfortunate. And as much as I want to go for Tyron Woodley because he has the knockout power, Covington has the better hands. We've seen that in his fight against Kamaru Usman. Colby Covington got some hands, y'all. And he has some wrestling. So you think he didn't look at what Kamaru Usman was able to do with Tyron Woodley and say, you know what, I'm going to take this motherfucker down. If I have to, I will. If not, I'm going to box him. He just have to make sure he stay out of the range of being lured back to the cage by Tyron Woodley. Because Tyron has this ability that he's basically remediated so many times that he needs to get out of. He will feint a person back to the cage, and he needs to get out of it. And if that particular opposition that's pursuing him back to the cage, once he gets to a point where his back, it seems like he's up against the cage, the opposition is like, okay, let me close in because, you know, Tyron Woodley has nowhere to go. So Tyron kind of throws out a touch jab just to distract, and they feel like they want to come in and get close and clinch. And Tyron, before you know it, he cracks him with the right hand, drops him. He's did that with so many people, and I think people have caught on to it. People's caught on to it. He will lure you in, boom, boom, feint, pow. And he has power in the right hand. But what did Kamaru Usman do? Kamaru Usman was patient. He didn't fall for debate. He kept his distance. And he closed distance with some punches. And when he did punch, he didn't really throw a two-punch combination and get in close as you would probably expect. He just threw some punches out there, make sure he distance gauge. See if they touched up Tyron a little bit, made Tyron think a little bit, made him uncomfortable. And once Tyron come off the cage and reset, that's exactly what Kamaru Usman wanted. And after a while, Tyron was like, shit, I'm gonna have to blitz this motherfucker from in the center of the damn cage. But when Kamaru Usman did change levels and get in on him, push him up against the cage, guess what? He was able to get the takedown. Easy. He get in on Tyron hips. It was a wrap. A wrap. A wrestling clinic. Somewhat like Ben Askren wanted to do with Jorge Masvidal. He wanted to prove that his primary strength as a wrestler / striker could come in here and dominate. That's what Ben Askren thought. He was able to come up out of that situation with Robbie Lawler when he was in trouble, which, in my opinion, I think, at one point in time, I thought the fight could have been stopped. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, it was stopped, unfortunately, for Robbie Lawler. And then he gets in here with Jorge Masvidal and makes history on the wrong side of a knee. A flying knee, which one of the most beautiful striking points that you will ever see. One of the most beautiful striking points that you ever see in a fighter landing within 5 seconds to begin a fight. Well-timed, well-placed, and crucial, lethal, toxic. To see a fighter stiffen up like Ben Askren did, a wrestler who just came out of hip surgery. These fighters, they go in there with injuries, man. So this dude has just come off hip surgery. But not to get too far off what I was talking about. That's the fight card this weekend, September 19th, World Combat Sports. And also, we have a fight card that's coming up, you all. We got them Charlo brothers in the building. And, shout out to Lawrence, man. I was talking to another boxing head out there. And, we was kind of going over certain things about how big is this fight. How big is this motherfucking fight, man? Flat Earth Deacon. Colby Price. Okay. I see you, Deacon. So Deacon gave his predictions. Colby, then Price, Chimaev, Walker, Dern. Okay. I'll kind of, go against the last two that you had. I think Markos takes it. You know what I'm saying, on the last one. And then Walker. Of course, I'm going against Walker. I can't put my faith in Walker, goddammit. You know what I'm saying? Johnny Walker do some goddamn ill-advised shit, dog. But them some good picks, though. You know what I'm saying? Them some good picks. You know what I'm saying? I've seen DB Cooper before. What's going on, Cooper? I just don't know who you are exactly. But hey, check this out, man. I don't know if these people are still watching or not. But I'll put the link in there. If you say you are who you are, you get on here talking reckless, man. It's not gonna make meaning. It's not gonna do anything. I'm just gonna freaking delete you. But if you want to come in and talk some mixed martial arts, cool. This is a mixed martial arts affair, y'all. The link is in the motherfucking live chat. I didn't see y'all over here, but let me read some of the comments. T Wood's becoming Robbie Lawler like. I agree with that. I agree. I got mad respect for Robbie Lawler, but now He's in fights. He actually has a fight coming up. You know what I'm saying? That he might lose too. Colby is a heel. He plays it up. Colby did in fact play the heel, and also they was thinking about firing him. So Colby said, "You know what? I have to make a change. I have to do what's good for my career. Fuck everybody else. They ain't trying to see the potential that I got. I'm turning into the bad guy." And that's exactly what he did. He turned the villain. But yet Colby can fight. Colby can motherfucking fight, dog. As much as I don't like this dude, I seriously think Colby, if I was to meet him in person, I think Colby would have good conversation. I'm not gonna lie. I think Colby would have good conversation. Because I've seen him before, not seen him in person, but I've seen him talk to people sensibly before outside of the now. So he can fight though. I got to give him his credit, man. Luque is a beast. Yeah, Luque is a beast, man. Luque is an absolute beast, man. I'm serious. This motherfucker is a silent assassin. Luque does hardly any talking. He lets every bit of his mixed martial arts system that he's been training, his skill set, his technical freaking authority talk for him. I like the guy. He can motherfucking bang. This dude can fight and he gets the job done. He was detained in Ireland and deported to the U.S. That's a true story. Yeah, man. You know, Khamzat Chimaev is no joke, dog. That motherfucker says, shit, I'm about to tell you how to pull up. Shit, pull up, goddammit. I'm about to show you my pull-up game, goddammit. You want to disrespect my religion? This is what's going to happen. You know, but what's special about Khamzat Chimaev is the fact that he's able to move and apply certain technique differently than what you would see fundamentally in the gym. He almost provides you with a level of athleticism that's extremely above some top tier athletes. Some has some of that blessings that you have to be innately gifted with. Chimaev. He's not just a person that, you know, he's been in the gym and he had to teach himself how to do something really, really good. He's taught himself how to fight in a way that it meshes good with what he's blessed with, athleticism, pure athleticism. Some fighters, they have to practice certain things to do very well. And then we find out how good they are or they aren't against fighters who was naturally athletically gifted, who have also learned the game enough to the point where I just talked about with Archuleta and Mix. You can tell Mix being, you know, that slim frame that he has, he's a quick individual. Like he has speed. He's blessed to have that speed and toughness and a pretty decent chin. Like, dude is blessed. But he ran into a guy, in my opinion, who doesn't have that high level of innate athleticism, but he's been in the gym working and working, and he's a scholar at what he does. And he just was able to break down Mix and show him that he's been in the gym working harder than him on multiple levels to his skill set. That's all. He's been training harder. He's been putting in the mat time. That's all. Patchy Mix, man, his career ain't over. Dude is a motherfucking beast. I ain't gonna lie. Well, Archuleta, different type. So he said he has Stewart. I got Holland in that one. Kevin Holland's been on a roll lately. You know, I just like his style. It'll be a good fight, but I'm going for Kevin Holland in that. But I hear you though. I mean, I hear you on that. Rob say Colby is no joke, very underrated. I agree, man. Like I said, I just don't sit up here. I don't care how much shit a fighter talks. You know what I'm saying? I really want to grade them off their execution. You know, where do I give them a fair grade off their performance and assessment? That's all. And you can sit up here and dislike Colby. Okay, cool. I'm not here to be his friend, but I'm just saying, you know, the performance he put in with that losing effort against Kamaru Usman, he has hands, and his skill set is not that bad. Seriously, he has heart. He's not a punk. And I ain't gonna lie, Tyron Woodley, he has his hands full, man. He has his hands full. Going in there against you know, a guy who can wrestle too, who has pretty good defense. I don't know, has Tyron, the way he looked against Gilbert Burns, I don't know if he's taking a fight too quick. Is he taking a fight too quick? To be honest, I got Colby. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I think Colby, you know, once again, I just feel that Colby is a better fighter at this point. I have Colby Covington. I think at this point in time with his boxing, and then he has that wrestling pedigree that hasn't really been tapped in yet. I look at it the same way as Justin Gaethje leading up to Khabib's fight. It's been well documented that Justin Gaethje has very solid takedown defense and wrestling. You know, he was a lower tier champion outside of, you know, the world stage, of course, but we haven't really seen him even go there in his fights. The fight, you know, we haven't really seen him execute or display his wrestling ability. So the same thing can go with Colby. Colby, from what we know, has respectable boxing, but also he has respectable freaking wrestling skills. But he hasn't been able to display it like that, you know, in his fights. And I think with Tyron Woodley, with his you know, his wrestling, so to speak, and Colby, we're going to see who has the better wrestling. If not, we're going to see a stand-up game. And we all know Tyron Woodley, sometimes he gasses out. You know what I'm saying? He gasses out. This is a 5-rounder, y'all. This is the main event. This is 5 rounds, 5 minutes apiece, shawty. Get it correct. Colby pushes the pace, and he ain't, you know, look, if he's able to elude the land of Nod, it's going to be a tough fight for Tyron Woodley. It's going to be tough. It's going to be absolutely tough. We might see Tyron Woodley get stopped. Seriously. I don't know. I know Gilbert hit him with some shit. I'm just saying. Colby has a gas tank. He has an absolute gas tank. And if Tyron Woodley is not able to place Colby in the land of Nod early, it's going to be a very, very tough fight. If Colby goes in there with an ego and try to say, okay, I'm going to try to do the same thing Kamaru Usman did, he might find himself asleep. Or he might find himself split open early in the fight to the point where it may even give Tyron Woodley a little bit more encouragement as the fight go on. You know, it might give him that much more, you know, that adrenaline that he's looking for. It might pump him up. But don't get it twisted. Colby Covington has a gas tank. He can box and he can wrestle. So if you negate the wrestling and bring it to the hands, Colby Covington has better hands than Tyron. But Tyron Woodley has more power. So you know what happened to power once fatigue set in, right? It degrades. The effect that it has if it's administered in the first 1 or 2 rounds, you know what I'm saying, when the fighters are fresh, it degrades it. It lowers the barometer of effect. So it's going to be up to Colby to be smart. I would talk about bare knuckle fighting, but I'm not. I'm not. I'm gonna try to get a certain individual on here if she ain't listening to talk. I want to see, since she picked up the belt. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, the opponent that you fought was super soft touch. I mean, she shouldn't even been in there, to be honest. So I'm gonna reach out to this individual and try to get her on here. But I interviewed one of her nemesis, and she took offense to it and said I was clout chasing. I'm like, stop with the motherfucking lies. Y'all need to drop that term that a motherfucking clout chaser if they're media. Anybody who know me long enough when it come to media, nigga ain't clout chasing a motherfucking thing. Y'all ain't making donations to my shit. I ain't getting paid to do nothing. So it is what it is. I do this shit for the love of it. It don't matter if it's 25, 30. Y'all worried about the numbers. I'm worrying about the message. I say that again. Y'all worry about the numbers, and I'm worrying about the message. So, motherfuckers, look, once you tell me you think that I'm on board because you are supporting somebody, I'm going to digress. Because they trying to devalue what you actually out here to do. If they're not checking out articles that you're writing, if they're not checking out other multimedia on IG, the time it takes to freaking, submit updated article content on Facebook, IG, and, come on here on YouTube, have multiple platforms that you're managing solo dolo, then I don't know what to tell you. Motherfuckers be quick to tell my, well, you only came over here because so-and-so, man, come on now. If I didn't tell you before, I tell you once again, as a teenager, y'all, leaving the city, I was couriering top secret messages over to the Pentagon. I had the pleasure of seeing some very important people. I don't talk about any of that shit, but I am no way, shape, or form Google-eyed over anybody in life. I'll give them respect. That's it. But all this shit thinking I'm trying to be a part of something and all this, that's just something that you label when you're trying to degrade someone's actual hustle, their work ethic, and all that. I used to see some important people at the Pentagon when you was able to walk up there before 9/11. That's real. That's why certain shit I don't take serious at all. Like, I know the serious shit, and I know the motherfuckers who just out here just, theatrically playing the game for the audience. I actually had responsibility before I was even 20 years old, carrying a suitcase, going down there, dropping off messages to officers in the AM, waiting till they get back in the office, walking around the Pentagon. Put a lot of this is no cap. I used to walk around the Pentagon solo dolo by myself, waiting for officers to come back so I can drop this message off to them. I used to walk around the Pentagon without an escort inside by myself after hours, waiting to drop off high priority messages to certain individuals that you could not leave with anybody else. If social media was there at that point in time, I would have some incredible footage. Incredible. This man out of the city, the South, used to walk the halls of the Pentagon when no one else was there except security. The security guard knew me so much to the point, we used to say, hey, man, what's up? I didn't even get questioned. You had your credential. I didn't even get questioned, man. The security know who was coming there from the communication center. I used to walk the halls of the Pentagon, y'all, by myself. And I was a teenager in communications IT. Brief the general of future and current operations, real life of operation that was going on where we had casualties and shit like that. I don't know what else to tell you, man. When you don't tell people shit, they just look at you like you ain't did nothing in life, like you was kicking rocks. But that's just something I'll leave, and I don't plan to mention it anymore, man. I don't have to go around disrespecting motherfuckers just to get a point across about mixed martial arts and boxing. That's just what it is. I mean, you can have your opinion on whatever you report on in your fight or whatever. It's all good. I know what I know. That's what it is. But I appreciate everyone for stopping through, man. It's going to be a huge fight month. I forgot to say about the Charlo. The Charlo fight is going to be big. You got the ring titles and, the super titles on the line. Every title outside the WBO. So you got the WBC, the WBA, and the IBF. The WBC, the WBA, and the IBF. All right. You have a unification bout between Jermell Charlo and Jason Rosario. Outstanding fight. That's the one I'm looking for most of it than his brother Jamal Charlo that's facing Sergey Derevyanchenko. Though I'm interested and invested in both fights because they are the Charlo brothers, I'm just looking more so of what mostly matters to that division, the junior middleweight division, the unification. Why? Because if Charlo is able to do this, it's something his brother has never been able to do. And as much as he get on IG and complain and lose his damn mind, this is a up one that he can have on brother. Even though he came in boxing. Okay, I don't know if y'all know, but he came in boxing, right? Who came in boxing first now? People forget which one of them Charlo brothers came into boxing first and who followed. But somehow, some way, people have gravitated to Mal Charlo. When in fact, Male Charlo may be the better fighter. I don't know. We're going to see. Male Charlo might be able to do bigger and better things than brother Mal. The only way he'll be able to further separate himself from Male Charlo is that he get a fight with Canelo Alvarez. But look, truth be told, the goddamn Canelo Alvarez up here trying to sue. And he had a weak case to begin with. Not because so-called people are saying like, oh, he lost his case and the zone don't have no money to pay him. That's not really it. It's the fact that Canelo Alvarez is feeling entitled right now. He want to make his boss moves right now. Just like Floyd Mayweather and Mikey Garcia. He want to make boss moves. But see, when he got into that 365, the numbers look good. Just like some of these topics, you put the same shit up all the time. It looked good to the people who wouldn't look at it for what it is on the surface. But when you start reading in between the pages, shit gets a little different. And like I said before, not to be redundant, premier fighters are different in this way of life. Premier fighters are different. At any time, the language, at any time, they're saying they can change it. They put that language in at any time. So Rocky Fielding, Daniel Jacobs, and Sergey Kovalev are not premier names. If it would have been so much as Gennady Golovkin to keep that momentum going for the trilogy, cool, but it wasn't. But then when you hear some of the premier names that was mentioned for Canelo Alvarez, it is absolutely comedic. Gennady Golovkin, not so much, okay? That makes sense. But Jorge Masvidal? Huh? Jorge Masvidal? How many losses do he have in mixed martial arts? He's just coming off a loss. That was on the list as premier opponents. Oscar De La Hoya was on the list for premier opponents. They're trying to run a circus. These motherfuckers trying to run a circus. They say, oh, we was able to pull off KSI and Logan Paul. Shit, we can do this, motherfucker. Just got to make sure, motherfucker, goddamn live gate come back to full effect. Get the live gate back bubbling. Once that shit started bubbling, we just increase the temperature a little bit and try to put these fights out here for people to want to see. It's all about popularity. It's all about notoriety. You know what I'm saying? If Gary Russell Jr. and Devin Haney would have been playing itself out, doing a normality, regular business, fuck the pandemic, shit's regular, then the language and the hope will be different, because people will look, the promoters and the network will be looking at this a little different. It wouldn't be, the squinting of the eyes, the raising of the eyebrows, and say, damn, where we gonna get this money to do this shit? No live gate, all these considerations, not having fans on deck. You think if it was normal times, it would be the amount of optimism in promoting a fight that's been played out on social media unlike ever before, and basically proving it can be done? But look, check this out though. Back to Canelo. Premier opponents: Gennady Golovkin, Jorge Masvidal, Oscar De La Hoya. You're going to love this last one. We're talking about Canelo Alvarez, right? Khabib Nurmagomedov. Y'all take a pause on that. Y'all take a pause on that. If you have to grab some motherfucking eggnog, I know it's during the daytime. You don't want to get fired. You want to goddamn grab the flask and take a little sip and shit. I know some of y'all motherfuckers out there, y'all walk around with flash. Y'all got to keep the drink on you. Did you hear the last name? Khabib Nurmagomedov, 28-0, lightweight champion. He was considered a premier opponent for Canelo Alvarez. They are trying to run a motherfucking circus and still get paid. They trying to pull out some Floyd Mayweather and Tenshin Nashikawa. They want motherfuckers to pay as if they're getting a real match, but it's really below an exhibition. Khabib's boxing is average. Justin Gaethje has better hands than Khabib coming off his last performance with Tony Ferguson. But Khabib stepping in there with Canelo is murder. Murder was the case that day. It would be murder. Malicious homicide. We're talking about a boxing ring. Canelo would destroy Khabib. All the other the opposition that's on there have better hands than Khabib. Of course, Oscar De La Hoya, take him out the equation. He's trying to make a comeback. He was trying to goddamn, pick up an easy check and let Canelo beat on him for motherfucking 12 rounds or whatever the case may be. Then Jorge Masvidal, he has pretty good, decent hands, but come on. Let's be realistic. It's not in the level of Canelo. The only one that makes sense out of that whole entire equation, age-wise and career-wise, and also popularity and notoriety to the fans, is Gennady Golovkin. But 4 of those names was considered premier opponents for Canelo Alvarez, which is absolutely absurd. Laughable, hilarious. Come on, man. You have to draw your own blood to see if you got a drug-free hearing this shit, because it might get your head a little woozy. You're like, shit, I'm feeling a little bit goddamn dizzy. Did I hear what I just heard? Premier opponents for the $365 million man listed is Gennady Golovkin, Oscar De La Hoya, Jorge Masvidal, and lastly, Khabib Nurmagomedov, who's a Sambo champion and known to level chain, go for the takedown. He's not known for his boxing skills. That would be an absolute mockery of the sport of combat, period. Because Canelo would play with him. Canelo is fighting upwards of a weight of 175, homie. You're going to tell me Khabib, who is the 155 champion, where's this fight going to play out at? What weight? 60? Catch weight? What is it going to play out at? That's my question. Oscar De La Hoya coming off retirement. He can probably fight any one of them, 60, 68, whatever. It don't matter. Jorge Masvidal, the highest he's fought at 170, so he's good. He can drop, give or take. But Khabib would be at a disadvantage, period. Because I'm going to tell you, with Khabib, seeing him jump over the cage the way he did, this dude's liable to go in for a takedown. Seriously. Because he knows English, but you know how sometimes the Cubans, the Russians, sometimes they look at the referee like they don't understand. Khabib liable to go in for a takedown, y'all, and land the elbow. Oh, shit. Oh, I didn't know, brother. This is boxing. I had a flashback, brother. I apologize, brother. Please don't DQ me, brother. Khabib is liable to have a flashback in there with Canelo and say, you know what, you trying to make a fool of me. I ain't going to quit like Roberto Duran. I'm going to fuck you up. I'm going to find a way to foul and see if I can get a warning. But that foul is going to be well worth it. That's Khabib. He might lose it in that motherfucker. Don Dollar said, I keep that Kool-Aid all the time. Hey, I feel you, man. I feel you, dog. Yeah, man. I think Jermell Charlo is better than Maul Charlo, man. People looking at, the difference between big Charlo, little Charlo. I just think coming off, some of these fights, I think Mel is hungry. I think both of them are hungry, but I'm just saying the way he looked and held his composure against Tony Harrison, the better boxer, it doesn't have anything to do with him picking up that one loss and his brother having a 0. I just feel that, I liked his gas tank. I liked his, the way he was patient, but yet had that lion heart in him, that lion heart to keep on pushing the pace. Conor was drunk and hardly trained. If they fought again and trained like he did his last fight, it would be over quickly. Keep Khabib in the middle of the ring. Well, look, Jerry, appreciate your comment, bro. But what do you mean keeping Khabib in the middle of the ring when Conor is a counter puncher? That's why Khabib was able to drop him in the first fight. It had nothing to do with drinking. The first man to the canvas was Conor. Why? Because he's a counterpuncher. He tries to sit and wait so he can land that left hand. We know in mixed martial arts you can switch stance, right? But who's the first one on the ground? It had nothing to do with the cage now. The cage was just a part of the freaking etiquette which Khabib decided to apply and push the pace with Conor because he don't have a gas tank. And once Conor allowed him to get in on his hips, that's all it takes. The first takedown defense was awesome. Man, I was giving Conor all the credit in the world. I'm like, oh shit, Conor's been motherfucking working his takedown defense. Hell yeah. But you're talking about a relentless badger, a bear. Khabib is absolutely relentless with the takedowns, man. So how can it stay in the center of the ring when both fighters are somewhat, especially in Conor's favor, is counterpunchers? If it stay in the middle of the cage, it's going to be fucked up for Conor. Because just say, for instance, Conor has that wide stance. Khabib know how to get the reaction out of Conor. Drink or no drink a proper 12. Drink or no drink. Don't put no excuses in on this fighter. I don't want to hear no motherfucking excuses for Conor. Conor was able to do some legendary shit. And you're going to say, oh, because he was drinking and not training for Khabib on his return? Conor McGregor was able to go in there and cement his legacy on some legendary shit. Not only was he able to do it in mixed martial arts, he was able to do it with Floyd Mayweather. So if he comes back to the sport and fight Khabib, and all of a sudden you want to say he's drinking, that's bullshit. No love here. Conor was in good shape. Conor was subbed in the 4th round, not the 2nd round, not the 1st round. He was subbed in the 4th round because Khabib was a tyrant. He was belligerent with the pressure, and he was able to sink into submission. No way, no how, no how. Don't do it to yourself, Jerry. Don't do it. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Khabib has too much of what Conor doesn't possess. And we all know, for those of you that actually train in the ground game, it'll take forever and a day for Conor to match the ground game of Khabib Nurmagomedov. And also, he has cardio issues. It would take him a damn good coach to take a little bit more time off, practice his takedown defense, and furthermore, hey, he's getting better. He's getting better. But is it enough for Conor McGregor to gain or sweep or reverse once he's on the ground with Conor McGregor? You know what I'm saying? Is it enough for Conor McGregor to be able to reverse and get top position and make this happen? Hey, what's good,
going
man?
on, bro? Yeah, sweet, bro. I just want to know what's going on. Like, I'm phoning from near the Arctic Circle, bro. This is not Ireland. This is full on Arctic Circle shit, bro. What's going on with Conor McGregor then?
They just basically had him in the news again for allegedly being a part of a sexual assault, indecent exposure, and allegedly contact. So it's in the news and everything, man. And
so like basically like feeling birds' asses and shit. Because he's got a yacht, ain't he? He's got a yacht.
He's what?
He's got a yacht, so he's got like a big boat. This guy's got a big boat, so like basically he's been doing shit. Listen, with him, it is what it is with him. I personally think he's got a bit of a pass. Obviously, he's white, so he gets away with a lot of shit. My take on McGregor, I'm a bit bored of him, to be honest, bro. To be honest, I don't think anyone's that bothered about him anymore. It's a character that's sort of knocking around. He's hitting old men in bars. He's having disrespect for his mother, that he was having arguments with his father. I think he's a guy, he doesn't know how to control the fame. And that's my take on him. You know, if he's been doing all this perverted shit, I didn't even know about this. If he's been doing all this perverted shit, then I'm not convinced as well. The media at times actually take a lot of things. They did it with Floyd, and they've done it with a lot of people. AB as well. They've done it with Broner. People say Broner goes out in Las Vegas and he's pissed and all this shit. I've been to Las Vegas many times, mate. He don't go out around there. He's not pissed. He's not pissed at anyone. He's just doing what he does. So I would not believe what you read on the media 100% of the time, bro.
No, I'm just not reading one source. I'm reading multiple sources. And I know it's easy to say don't believe what you read on the media, but when it's all over the media, this is not something that's Inquirer, right? You know, this is not the Inquirer. This is not some reality show.
Because there's a lot of shit as well. They're saying about him having sex. I was just reading it before I come on the channel.
Yeah.
They're saying he's having sex and he's pulling his condom fucking off when he's fucking nailing some bird, man. That's weird, that is. But the thing is, they're saying, because his wife's called D. Devlin or something. D. Devlin. D. Jefferson or D. Devlin. But she's had 2 kids with him. And I actually do think that the reality and the media hype, it's something in between the two. So we've all heard this before, you know, it don't matter what color you are and all this and that. There's something in between the two. There is definitely something going on, and it is weird. Because what is this? Because this is why I've come onto the channel. This is pure information. What's going on? Because I heard there was a yacht. Because I just clicked on the link and that, and I hit you up.
Yeah,
What's going? What I want to know, bro. That's why I'm here, man. What's going on with this yacht thing, man? I need to know. I'm going red
Oh,
at
I
the
don't know,
moment.
man. It's probably only special invitations or whatever. Because from
What's going on, man? What special? What? What the?
hey, special invitation, and also they say he was over there with his girlfriend. So if he married, is he engaged? You know what I'm saying? He has some young kids. Like I said, I don't get into the personal lives of these fighters, but
No, you know more than me. I've just come here for knowledge. So what is this boat? What was this boat that they were going on?
well, they was doing a charity event, man. They was doing a charity event. Yeah, they was doing a charity event. They was going from one location back to the other. Let me see if I can pull it up. They was going from one location back to the other, man. And yeah, it was a charity event. Yep. What you drinking, man?
Oh, this is a
Apple
sangria.
sangria?
Bro.
Okay,
yeah. It's a sangria, bro. Yeah. I've just been like, I'm trying to stay a bit neutral because I'm not Irish and like I'm not American. I'm just trying to see what's going on, to be honest. And
what's up with the Chris Eubanks? You know,
Chris Eubanks, bro, the legend of boxing, bro. To be honest,
like when is he returning, man? Not to switch the subject, but yeah, I'm switching just a little bit because I just seen him down Boy Jones Jr. Like when is he returning to the square, man?
What you mean, Chris Eubanks Jr. or the senior? Senior's
so
not fighting
you don't
anymore.
have a senior or junior on there. Which one is it? Junior or senior?
This is senior. I'm in my 50s, so
yeah. Salute the senior. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm not sure, to be honest. His last fight. Let's have a look. Let's go on to BoxRec.
Oh no, I didn't want to. I know all that, but I just wanted to know. Since you had Eubanks up there, I just wanted to know if you knew him personally or what.
No. But he can't get a fight at the moment. So in terms of Karabov was his last fight, which was about nearly a year ago. We had the DeGale fight. If we're looking for another fight on for him, he was training with that guy from TMT. He switched trainers, which he did for the DeGale fight. I'm not 100% really. I'm more the older guy who I followed with my magazines. So like basically, got all these here.
It's all good. I mean, I'm not really trying to turn it into a Chris Eubanks segment. I just saw your title, and I was like, okay, Chris Eubanks.
Yeah. I absolutely adore Senior. Like I've watched Senior live about 6 times. All of his big fights as well. Back in the 80s, like they were actually giving a eulogy to Alan Minter, which I didn't actually stand up for, to be honest. I didn't do shit for that, bro. And I weren't gonna do shit for that. Do you know why I didn't do shit for that? So my father was a carpenter for Birmingham City Council. He used to have a big poster of Marvin Hagler, and his best mate, like for his life, was a guy called Guy from Jamaica, and we all went down. I was 9 years old.
You're freezing up, bro.
Okay, can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear me, bro. Might be freezing out, bro.
Yeah, you freezing. Oh,
it's gone.
It might be the sangria.
All right. Can you hear me at all?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. I'll just tell you a story about Alan Minter. And can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, we went to watch the Alan Minter fight, which was Marvin Hagler's come-out fight where he won the WBC title. Yeah. It was in Wembley. And it was the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in the history of boxing. And I was a young lad. I think I was about 12 or 13 years old. It was about 1982.
Okay.
So it was a long time ago. And that was the best fight I've ever watched. I watched about 6 fights in England, which were epic. And the Hagler fight where he knocked him out in round 4 was absolutely. We got chased out the arena. We actually got beers dropped onto us. Anyone who supported Marvin Hagler got beers thrown onto them, which I thought was lame and a bit pathetic, to be honest. I'm glad that boxing's not like that anymore. I used to go to the Chris Eubank fights in the 90s. I did a bit of DJing in Spain. Nigel Benn was massive for that years ago.
Yeah.
You know, I used to do a lot of DJing around the Midlands where I live, and in Spain as well, where I've been as well. I just think though that there was a lot of things said about height with British boxing in the 90s, which wasn't necessarily, it wasn't as great as it was. You know, the WBO back then was not a main title. And, you know, it's a Bob Arum, Frank Warren belt as far as I'm concerned. And I think you've got to, if you're going to be the best of the best, you got to have American belts, WBC, WBA, IBF, and that's it really. I think a lot of people have tried to sneak through the back door in boxing, actually win belts that they don't deserve. So I'm not overly enamored with the 1990s in terms of Hall of Fame. There's a lot of people I don't think should be in the Hall of Fame. I don't think Gatti should be in the Hall of Fame.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not something I choose to get into, right? I have bad respect for Gotti, but you know how the Hall of Fame go, my brother. If you get posthumous, you know, a lot of posthumous fighters that pass away, man, you know, if they had any type of stellar career, you know, they put them in the Hall of Fame, man.
Yeah, I know that, but there's a lot of people like that get into it that I don't necessarily think they should be there. Same with trainers as well. There's about 6 or 7 trainers in the Hall of Fame that the sort of, you know, I'm not convinced, to be honest. You got your Angelo Dundees, you got your greats and that. They should be there, but you got certain people that shouldn't be there, you know. Yeah.
You know, Chris Eubank Jr. I don't think he's headed to the Hall of Fame anytime soon.
No, he ain't no good, man. He's what he is. He's a brawler. He comes out and he fights, though. So I love him for that. I love the fact that he comes out and he fights and he goes for it. So it's the English style. He was not necessarily from a rough background. His father didn't want him to box and that, but you know, it is what it is, and I respect the fact that he's actually step up from somebody who had no boxing experience from the age of 14 and from a rich house, and to fight and to get to world level. I think that's good. I think that's commendable, to be honest. I don't know what you think.
It is. But he needs to do more. He needs to do more. Absolutely. He has skills, but he just needs to do more, man. Definitely.
Yeah.
Whoever he's coming back to fight, it needs to be a reputable name.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's been some good wins. You had the De Gale win, which was decent. De Gale was on a drop, but he beat De Gale. It was a convincing victory. If you look at his last fight as well, Korobov, that was a round 2 KO. So like Matt Korobov was quite highly rated. I think he's a decent fighter. I think he's with PBC at the moment, so why not put him in with somebody decent, have a good fight, and we'll see what happens. I don't roll with them. It's just a name on my list and that, but I always loved Chris Eubank, man. You know, his father, he was always coming out his fight, and he didn't like to fight, but he always turned up for the occasion, and that's commendable. That's very commendable, in my opinion.
What do you think about Anthony Joshua, man?
Yeah. My views on him are nomadic, you know, in terms of.
Do you think he won a gold medal match?
I think it's very underrated, bro. I think in terms
did
of
he win the gold medal match?
Well, it won the Olympics. Fucking hell! I don't think he got.
I'm saying, do you honestly believe he won the gold medal match in the Olympics?
I thought he got the silver in that. He come second in that, didn't he?
No, he won the gold medal, but I'm just saying, have you watched the fight? Do you really?
That was against the Ukrainian guy, Eastern European guy.
Mm-hmm. That was a repeat champion.
Yeah. I thought that's why I said the silver medal in that fight. I thought he didn't win that fight. This is a long time. This is the 2012 Olympics, isn't it? This is
God, it was the London Olympics.
Yep. It's a long time ago, bro. Yeah.
Now the reason why I asked was that a lot of people bring the gold medal standard into Anthony Joshua as a fighter, and I didn't think he won the gold medal round. I think it was given to him.
No. That fight that he fought in, that was not a win. I remember now. As the Eastern European guy, which I said originally. I think I watched that in a bar somewhere in London, and I thought he lost that. So it was a bit of he was in the white shorts, sort of shit, and it weren't a good. It went the distance. It was shit. It was shit. I know it went the distance, and I had him a round down in that fight. So that's why I said he won the silver medal in that fight. It was the guy who we fought.
What now?
Who was the guy who fought in that fight then? In that fight, AJ in the ABA final for the Olympics and that.
I forgot his name, man. I don't want to mispronounce. I know his name. I don't want to mispronounce it badly.
Okay, I can type it in, bro. Let's have a look. The Anthony Joshua. Let's have a look, man. I remember watching that. That was a crap fight.
I know he's like 18-0 right now, something like that. He's undefeated still. His opponent who lost in Olympics, but you don't hear much about him, man.
No, that wasn't a good result for him, to be honest. I remember watching
he's still boxing or not. It may be some. I don't know if he's still boxing or not.
Yeah, I think he had. I haven't got it on here because I got loads of clout from ads and that. So I got loads of clouts on here from ads. So forget that. But I know that guy was quite decent. I know that he was decent. I'd need to get it up on my record for you because you can do box rec, but I don't know if you can do ABA rec on it and stuff. And I don't know if you've been on Google lately. You get thrown out when you do that. So yeah, ask another question, bro. Ask another question.
Oh no, I was just wondering because you was over there, So you actually reside over there in London or what?
No, I'm not from there. I'm from more the north of England. So I lived in London. Yeah, you're right about me. I got the accent. So I lived in Birmingham and London for many years, but I live in the north of England now. So I'm in Scotland, bro.
Okay.
So it's one of those things. Boxing wise, I think it's Josh Taylor up here. They're all cracking on about at the moment. They think he's a great fighter, but it's all down to the fact if Josh Taylor can take a punch at 147, which I'm quite unconvinced about, to be honest.
Well, he say he's trying to face. He's hoping that.
I don't think he's going to do shit at 147, man. To be honest, I think
he's talking about trying to unify, right? He's trying to fight Jose Ramirez at 40.
Yeah, he's going to do whatever he does at that. Same as Terence Crawford did. Yeah, he'll probably win that fight. He might go the distance. It all depends what it is. But listen, it is what it is. He's done nothing at 134. You're going up to that. What are you going to do at 147? You're not going to go to 154. His body and his physical attributes as a human being is too small. It's like Mikey Garcia. Danny's the same. Danny thinks he can roll with these G's at 147. You can't roll with them. You struggled against Furman, bro. You got this rematch against Spence, and you're thinking you're gonna turn up there and you're gonna roll him over. You ain't gonna do that.
If he's not 100% healthy, plus Danny has decent power, man. He can box. Danny can box. I gotta give him his credit. He can box.
Yeah, everybody say that he can hook people, and he's got that hook move, but he's slow now. He's in his 30s, about 32, 33 years old.
Well, he stopped Adrian Granados for the first time. He cleaned out Brandon Rios. You know, we was expecting that though.
Come on, bro.
I'm just talking boxing. I'm just talking boxing. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying anything special, but
I'm not rolling with Rios, man. You know, Manny fucking destroyed that dude, bro.
Yeah.
You
He's
had
taken
people
a lot of punishment in his life. Yeah. But
Shit,
you know, Danny
man.
Garcia, he went the distance with freaking Keith Thurman. You know, he's been in there with the Sean Porters. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Danny Garcia has a respectable resume. So
I don't think Danny's ever Danny's never fought Sean Porter.
Oh, he did. He fought him for the vacant WBC title.
You sure? I don't think he has.
No, he did.
Are you sure about that? He lost on a UD. He won a KO. That must have been a UD for that, bro.
Oh, I never said Danny Garcia lost via KO. I said he lost via decision.
Sean Porter, yeah, that must be a recent fight. Is that 2016? That sort of time.
I don't remember. Sean Porter fought a fight after that and headed in there with
Yeah. I never pay any attention to Danny's career. This is I don't want to sound terrible, but I don't pay any attention to Danny Garcia's career. I just think he is what he is. He's a 147, 140 Povetkin.
Oh, okay. I mean, if you say so. I mean, you saying Danny Garcia is a 147 Povetkin?
100%, bro. I think it's
who is dropping him like Povetkin's been dropped in the heavyweight division? Who's dropping him like that? Nobody. He's been hit by the Keith Thurmans. He's been hit with some of the heavy hitters. Okay, we're gonna see. Okay, Errol Spence isn't a knockout artist. So how do you compare him as far as the Povetkins? In what way? Like,
I just think if you put his box record, let me get him up here. Danny Garcia, bro.
Yeah, I mean, okay, if you want to compare who he's been in there with, yeah, Klitschko has been in there with Povetkin and stuff like. I get what you're saying. Like,
I can't say, you know, I can't not ride him, bro. I can't not ride him, to be honest.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Both of them have good enough resumes to be important at what they're doing right now. I get it. But Povetkin, in a sense, you know, Danny hasn't been laid out in the canvas like that. He hasn't been shut down like that, like Povetkin. You know, he hasn't. And also he's not a repeat drug cheat either.
There is that is true. The only thing I will say about him that he's never popped dirty in that, so that's a good thing for him. But I don't think he's at that elite level where he's going to win a title and he's going to go on and defend it 6 or 7 times. Danny Garcia is Danny Garcia. He is what he is.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
He's at that level. So, you know, I just got it up. I watched the Ivan Red Catch fight. I watched that, which was a UD. The Granados, I watched that. He knocked him out. Sean Porter actually did better than the commentary was saying with the PBC. With that, Rios was shot by 2018. Thurman, I actually thought Danny could have won that fight against Keith Thurman. Yeah. Vargas was obviously the KO. Guerrero was, it is what it is. And then you're going back to Paulie Malignaggi, which, you know, forget it. That there's no point in going further back there. I don't think he's that great. I think he is what he is. He's a product of what he is. He's a good fighter, but we will have to look how Errol Spence is after this car crash. If Errol Spence is shot 1%, I will say this about Danny Garcia. If Errol Spence is shot 1% against Danny, he's going to get knocked the fuck out, bro. You don't turn up and have a 1%,
1% mentally or 1% physically?
Everything. I think physically, mentally. If you're not completely on it against Danny, Amir Khan was a testament to that. Coming in there like the big man, I'm gonna do you. I'm the champion. You're gonna go down within 2 or 3 rounds. Danny Garcia is. I criticize him because it's out of love. It's not out of hate. I criticize him out of love. If Garcia turns up for that fight and he actually thinks that he's gonna put a beat on Danny, he's very, very mistaken, man. Sorry, Spence. Yeah. So there you go. But we'll see. It's all down to the car crash, so we have to know what's going on after the car crash. So none of us know. Heyman's kept it quiet. Spence hasn't been talking about if there's any injuries after the crash. Everybody's saying they're not saying shit about it. Nobody's opening their mouth up about what happened in the car crash. So they're saying his teeth was not.
Why would they put it in the media? Nobody's trying to hear what happened.
Nobody's going to do that
leading up to this fight. It's PPV.
It would be the last thing that I would put in the media. I wouldn't do it myself. But the last thing put in the media, to be honest. But I'm just saying that whatever's in the media and what's not in the media is down to the human being at the end of the day, flesh and bones. And when they get in that fight, and we'll see if Danny's in the state that he is. That last fight, that was whack, man. We'll see what's been taken out of Danny. I think what we need to ask the question: what's more been taken out of Danny Garcia than Spence, bro?
In what way? In his last couple of fights, Danny Garcia hasn't taken punishment like that to be a degraded fighter. You know what I'm saying? He still has some value to him.
Nah, but his last fight, if you go on, I remember watching his last fight. It was a UD, man. Ivan Redchak. I remember that fight. And this guy's a brawler, bro. And he went a UD with him, and he'd lost 5 fights. This fight with Spencer Garcia will go one way. And I'm always right when it comes to fight predictions. It'll be a KO, and it'll be Spence within 11 rounds.
So you think Spence gonna be the first one to stop Danny Garcia?
Yeah, he will do. Yeah, and I think it'll happen within the distance because they're just looking at the history. I watched that last fight, and I remember it's boring. So
yeah,
what's he doing?
I mean, so was Sean Porter. Sean Porter's fight after the fight he had with Yordenis Ugas, man. You can kind of say the same thing.
Yeah, but
he fought Danny Garcia. He fought great, and then he had a boring ass fight against Yordenis Ugas, and before he stepped in with Errol Spence and lit it up. He had a very entertaining fight with Spence.
Yeah, maybe you want to bet Sean Porter against Ugas fight before he fought Spence.
That's what I'm saying. I was saying that Sean Porter had an okay fight with Danny Garcia, and then he stepped in with Yordenis Ugas, and he had a very bland,
come on, bro.
Disinterested fighting.
Everybody saw that fight, and everybody knew that Ugas won that fight. It's by far the better tactician. He was lighting Porter up. It wasn't like this Featherweight guy.
The fight plan was all wrong from Porter.
No. That fight was fixed. Porter, man. No. That Porter fight, Ugas fight, was fixed to set up the Spence fight. There was everybody in boxing knows that.
But Ugas was showboating around. He acted like he did enough to win.
Nah, he didn't
dominate Sean Porter.
No, he didn't dominate. But every time he come in, boom, boom, and
yeah, he was landing some shots, but he started showboating too. He started showboating, man.
No. The showboating was for a reason. Listen. The showboating for a reason. Porter.
The showboat is 0 points.
Porter's got no game. He was getting destroyed, but if you just wanted to open up on him, he could have opened up on him. It was no contest, that fight.
So you trying to say the Sean Porter?
I had that. I know you're from America, but the whole planet had that 4 rounds up to Ugas, man. It was an easy win. A
lot of people looking at that fight would say, okay, Ugas was the more effective boxer. But in order to beat a champion, you have to beat it. And Ugas felt that he had put away enough rounds to showboat and just
he
take
did. I had eight of the rounds to you guys. I wasn't even thinking it was a clear 8-round. Shut out.
Ugas should have been smarter though. Ugas should have been smarter.
No, that was a robbery. To be honest.
So what do you think? How do you think Ugas looked in his last fight against Ramos? I mean, not Ramos, Hernandez.
I watched that. That was all right. Was that the headbutt? Was that the headbutt fight?
No,
headbutty.
No, that was no. You talking about Jamel Herring and Jonathan Oquendo? I'm talking about
no, not that. I watched that. Let me have a look. If I watched him, I don't think I watched the last one that he was in.
Man, Ugas, he basically pumped the gas whenever he felt like it. Man, he didn't take risk. He should have took risk.
What's this UD fight?
Sean Porter.
Oh yeah. I watched that. That was a few weeks ago. I watched that. That was shit. I didn't enjoy that. So yeah.
So you thought that was shit, right? Why you didn't think Ugas didn't do enough to beat Sean Porter? He didn't do enough.
Nah, he did do enough in that fight.
Look, Sean Porter stepped in there, right? And coming off the Danny Garcia fight to win the WBC, he had an easy defense where he coasted, knowing that he was about to step in there with Errol Spence. So he coasted. You know, he didn't really put forth the effort against Ugas, man.
Yeah, maybe, but you've got to turn up for every fight, man. You can't be thinking about 3 or 4 fights down the line. You've got to be thinking about the geezer that's in front of you. If that geezer's in front of you, he's the guy you got to fucking.
Okay, let's put it this way. If you're talking about he needs to turn up for every fight, look at it this way. Sean Porter, the way he fought Errol Spence, why he didn't fight Sebastian Formella like that? That was a snooze fest.
That was shit. I'd agree with that. Yeah, to be fair. So, yeah. Unfortunately.
Yeah. I'm just saying, that was a snooze fest, man.
I think in terms of Spence, you're gonna have to watch what goes in this rematch. To be honest, let's have a look at his career. I know he's got loads of wins in his amateur, but it all depends on the box rep, man. So yeah, it's gonna be good, bro.
What my take is, like, you say you have to show up and perform with every boxer. I don't think that's smart when you have a big fight lined up. I think Sean Porter played it smart to step in there healthy against Errol Spence.
Yeah, that fight was always about bragging rights. So they both wanted to be the best like that they could be for that particular era. Sean Porter's is a bit of a narcissist, man. He's got his father behind him. He's a bit of a wants to do this, that, and the other.
No, Kenny Porter may be a narcissist. I don't think Sean Porter is.
Well, maybe we'll see, bro. But he hasn't got the talent that he thinks he has. Porter, he's got the dedication. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Absolutely, I agree.
He's got massive dedication, bro. But I don't think he has. But listen, I'm wrong. He's got the talent and the dedication. You wouldn't get to that level if you didn't have talent. So I'm talking rubbish.
I was just trying to understand, the Danny Garcia, how he's gonna, Danny Garcia, they had the absolute wrong game plan for Sean Porter when they fought for the WBC title. Now he steps in with Spence, and you saying, the Danny Garcia, he's gonna go ahead and stop Spence in the 11th, right? Or no, you said Errol Spence is gonna stop Danny Garcia.
Yeah. I don't think that fight will last beyond 9 rounds. To be honest, it's either going to be a shutout.
Check this out, though, bro. How are you placing Danny Garcia in more of a predicament than you placing Mikey Garcia moving up 2 divisions? How are you going to say Mikey Garcia didn't get knocked out by Spence? How is Danny Garcia get knocked out by Spence?
It's down to his last resort, man. That was a unanimous decision
By
that Danny had against a bum, bro. That was a bum, bro.
But man, hey, he might have been having other shit on his mind. He wanted to go back and make a video with his girl. I don't know what the fuck.
No, I don't know about videos. I don't know what you characters do over in the USA with your videos and that.
Hey, we party too. We party like you partying. You know, you get liquid right now. You get your head right. We do the same thing periodically.
Nah, man, but I think Spence he learned his lesson after that crash, man, with the Crips in Houston. He was in that bar getting drunk with all the Crips, bro. It was like crazy off his brain, coming back in some Ferrari, going back on to the outskirts of Houston, like some fool. I think he's learned his lesson, to be honest, and I don't think he's as injured as people think he is. So if Danny Garcia thinks he's turning up to get an easy win, I don't think so. Well,
I want you to answer my question though. Like when it comes down to you saying Danny Garcia would be stopped in the 11th round by Errol Spence, but when it comes when it comes down to Mikey Garcia moving up 2 weight divisions, he went the distance.
Come on, bro. You're talking Mikey. He was roided up. He was taking all these supplements, running up the stairs in fucking Los Angeles.
Oh, so you think he was taking the extra liquid to get right?
Yeah, there was a lot of shit going on. They were going down to Mexico with the Canelo and doing all this shit.
So he was eating that special beef.
Yeah. There was loads of that going on. That's where it's from, bro.
So do you think Tyson Fury's clean now, or
Tyson Fury was never clean, bro. This guy is probably a bit of a joker, taking shit over the years. I don't like Deontay. I don't like many fighters, to be honest. I don't like Deontay Wilder. I don't like none of them.
But he's clean though. He's a clean fighter though.
Who's that? Wilder.
Yeah, Wilder's a clean fighter though. He's never been, the one that put the needle in his ass and eating the beef over there and shit. He's a clean fighter.
My issue with him is basically he should have known what was going on with all these cats that were taking shit all over the world. And he had that stupid school teacher, Jay Diaz, the guy that signed your homework at school. Come on, bro.
You call JD as a school teacher. Damn, man. JD's been with him since day one, man.
That's exactly why there's an issue, bro. That's why there's an issue, bro. Come on.
Do you think Tyson Fury gloves was loaded? Do you think he cheated that night on February 22nd this year?
Nah, we all watched it on Sky Sports when his hands were getting wrapped. We watched them getting wrapped.
So you watched it? No. Did you see the camera? Did you see the cameras go out though? Did y'all see that too over there while you was watching on Sky Sports?
Yeah, we had the full thing live, man, with Fury's gloves.
So when the cameras went out, were y'all still watching the live stream? Because we didn't see anything over here.
The glove was going on by the time. I think the glove was going on by the time I watched that. So they'd done all these. They'd put this on, then they'd done all this tape. They put the tape on, they wrapped it on. All you had was the glove after that. So, come on, man. I'm not convinced that there was a glove gate.
It was some funny shit going on with Tyson Fury. He's a known cheat, man.
The geezer's a massive cheat. He's a big cheat, the biggest cheat in boxing. But I don't think that was the night for the cheat.
Man, he cheated. Deontay Wilder coming back for his head, dog.
Listen, I'll be more than happy.
Squad! Coming back for his head.
I'll be more than happy for him to get the shit kicked out of him, to be honest. But it all depends what Deontay's turning up for in the rematch. Listen, everybody's going on about the twerking and they're taking the piss out of him and they're saying, oh, he's doing the twerking with his ass and all this bullshit. You got all these channels. Like, I'm a member of the MXBC. I am a Mexican boxing community. We go live every other night, bro.
Oh, okay. All right. I know who they are. They tune in periodically.
Bro. We have all smart, bro. You get LDBC, you get the white people, you get the brown people, you get the Martians in there, bro. Every man's invited to our channel. But listen, this will be a good discussion about Deontay Wilder. My personal take on this. Listen, it's been a bit quiet. He hasn't said much. I went onto his Twitter. I went onto his Twitter. So he was on his motorbike. The last time we've all seen him, he's on his motorbike. It's a nice motorbike. And that was in March.
Mm-hmm.
So is he keeping quiet? Is he doing what it is? Listen, don't underestimate him in the rematch, because if you think what history tells you, the champion will always come back for the belt.
So what you saying? You saying Deontay Wilder's coming back for his belt?
Do you want my prediction on the rematch of the Fury Wilder fight?
I'm telling you, Deontay coming back for his freaking belt.
I think he's going to KO him in round 5 in the rematch.
Okay, I'll take that. All right,
there you go.
I want Sugar Hill. I want Sugar Hill to be on deck. I want him to be back in the corner of Fury so he can experience everything firsthand again.
No, what we're going to see is a completely different Deontay Wilder. He's fought him twice now. He knocked him out in the 12th round. That guy got up. He didn't know what was going on. The rematch was weird. This idiot Wilder was coming in with a big fucking suit on. Like, what the fuck, man?
Wilder never mentioned anything about a suit, though.
Yeah, but the thing with Wilder, bro, I'm a 50-year-old man. Back in the days of Ali and George Foreman, did you see these guys coming in there with a big
Absolutely not.
Fucking suit on, bro? You fighting
the
for
only
the world
in the heavyweight division that came on with something that was only temporary for a little bit was Mike Tyson. He had a towel, a cutout. You know, he had a basic outfit. You didn't see him coming in, but times have changed, man.
doing that.
Times have changed, bro.
Times have changed, bro. But listen, times have changed. You've got to have some respect for yourself, because you're gonna let your people down if you're gonna be bigging it up like 6ix9ine and fucking coming with a big fucking suit on. Listen, he knows that he fucked up Wilder in that fight. So in the rematch, the reason nobody's heard from him, his pride's been hurt, and he's really you could tell as soon as the bell went in the second fight that his pride had been hurt. So this rematch, everybody's thinking that Tyson Fury's gonna turn up like fucking Flash Gordon, like white guard, gonna kick the shit out of him. You want to watch? It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be a war.
You sound like you from the residence of Dan Lugmar.
I don't know who that is, but I do know what boxing is, and that's gonna be a war, bro. It's gonna be a war.
Or whatever, Pugmire, Dan Pugmire, Lugmire, whatever shit. He was up here talking about Deontay Wilder's depressed. Both of them.
He ain't depressed. He's not depressed. He's not depressed. He's not depressed at all.
No, I'm just saying, people, just because he haven't said anything, that doesn't mean he's down and out and his pride's hurt. He was just firing a 50 cal on the range, letting some rounds go, squeezing off.
Yeah, he's pissed off, bro. He's pissed off. He's pissed off. He's not depressed. He's not crying into his pillow. His depression and crying into his pillow was taking his wife to that fight. He should have took his fucking self to the fucking fight and fought Fury, and not took no woman to that fight. And that's his biggest letdown. Another big letdown of Deontay was his first fucking marriage, which he ran off. And then he got with this bird, this younger bird, because he was with a nice black one before, his own age. And he ran off with this younger piece and that. And he's like Conor McGregor. Deontay Wilder is the black version of Conor McGregor. He's either going to wise up or he's going to get done. Because I think Fury is quite an honest guy. This guy been with his missus for years. He's an arsehole. Let's be straight.
You saying Fury is an honest guy, bro? What are you saying?
He's not an honest guy. He's a drug treater. He's an arsehole. But I don't think Fury would have ever left his wife for another woman, bro.
Now, that's not for me, because I'm pretty much supportive of Deontay Wilder. I can care less what he do in his personal life, bro.
Nah, but personal life. Now listen. Personal life.
That can happen on a different channel. You're not going to sit up here and talk about his personal life on my channel.
No, sorry about that.
I don't have nothing to do with that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, how he want to move in life, that is him. But as far as boxing goes, that's what I want to stick on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's all the same. Yeah, but it's all the same, bro. It's all the same. Everything.
So boxing is the same with what? Personal life? How you figure, bro?
It's all linked. It's all linked.
What, to the human being? Of course,
100%, bro. Muhammad Ali is the perfect example of a pure human being and a boxer.
Muhammad Ali had a baby by another woman on the way. I mean, what are you saying, bro? When he was married, what are you saying?
Yeah, but only once. He did that when he was Cassius Clay. He didn't do that when he was a Muslim.
Okay.
He didn't do that when he was a Muslim.
Okay, that changes everything. All right, it's still a person though.
Yeah, but he wasn't a champ. He wasn't a champ when he did that. He wasn't a champ when he was the champ. Muhammad Ali was not like Wilder in any way. Wilder was a champ for fucking 2 years or 3 years, WBC champ, and then he left his wife. Ali didn't do that. Ali was with his missus and split up with her, and then he was champ with Sonny Liston. It's completely different, bro. Completely different. You can't compare Wilder to Muhammad Ali. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
But he's in the company of Muhammad Ali when it comes to title defenses.
Come on, bro. It's just a WBC. Muhammad Ali was undisputed.
It doesn't matter if it's a WBC or not, man. It's a freaking coveted title. It's a world championship. He defended over 5 years. You got to give him some credit.
5 years. What, he had
over
6
5
defenses.
years.
He had 6 defenses in 5 years. Muhammad Ali had 30 plus undisputed defenses. Come on, bro.
We're talking about the heavyweight division.
Muhammad Ali had 30 plus undisputed defenses.
It was a different class of
never
fighters
had
back then,
any. Come on, man.
When Muhammad Ali was fighting, it was a different class of fighters. Look, how do you think? Look, hey, check this out. How do you think the Klitschko's was able to reign? We didn't have heavyweights over here in the U.S. to do anything about it. So Vitaly and Vladimir was able to do what the hell they wanted to do for.
Listen, Vitaly got laid out cold by a 38 veteran.
Correct, but I'm saying,
Lewis, come on, end the conversation, bro. End the conversation.
I'm saying, bro, in that particular era where they was reigning.
So you're saying Wilder would it be all the? Oh, come on, man.
We're talking about his defense
with them, bro.
As a heavyweight champion in the history books. He was able to successfully defend the title 10 times. You can't overlook it, bro. You can't overlook he was able to defend the title 10 successful times.
What against light heavyweights?
It doesn't matter who it was against. It was in the heavyweight division, bro.
Listen. I'm in my 50s. If he has 2 or 3 fights against Hall of Famers, Muhammad Ali,
he wanted to fight Joshua.
For 11, yeah, all right. I'm not bothered about that. I don't give a shit about that.
We need to keep it in his era, bro. We need
come on. In the how many Hall of Famers has he fought? This guy.
How many Hall of Famers was around for him to fight? You're gonna dog Klitschko out. But he wasn't able to fight Klitschko. So who else in Hall of Famer in this era that we can bring up to say, okay, let him fight?
He fought a Hall of Famer in the cheat in the cheat Fury, and he got beat. Got beat. This is
Fury,
facts,
Fury's
bro.
not a Hall of Famer, bro. Fury's haven't defended one title yet, bro.
He's the most pathetic boxer in the history of defenses. But listen,
he's the most prolific cheater in the sport of boxing.
We all know this, but Wilder lost to him, bro.
We already know Wilder lost to him, but we're talking about if he defended his title 10 times, it was enough to put him in the presence of some of the greats who ever did it. We're not comparing competition because
Wilder not gonna go in that, and he's not gonna go in that league, bro.
Here for him to fight. Those fighters are old fighters, old greats. We gotta talk about
no. But they're Hall of Famers. Wilder's never fought one.
Fury is not a Hall of Famer, bro.
I gotta go.
What are you talking about?
Oh my God, he's gonna leave right when I was gonna come on. Shoot.
Man, he was talking reckless, bro. He started bringing up all these old Hall of Famers that's not here for Wilder to fight.
Well, he was very irresponsible. How you gonna say Wilder to me is a Hall of Famer already, man? You don't think he's accomplished enough already?
No, I'm talking about who he was comparing Wilder to fight as a Hall of Famer. Of course, he's gonna be a Hall of Famer if he's in the presence of the greats who do it. And, you know, just off the simple fact he defended his title 10 times, period, places him as a future Hall of Famer. But, you know, Fury has never defended a title, even though he's held all the belts. He hasn't defended one freaking title yet at all.
And he won't, because once Wilder fights him, he's gonna beat him, and that's gonna be that.
This dude up here talking about marriages and shit, man. That's how you know people who every time Wilder comes up, he want to mention personal shit. You know, that's all they have to. They can't mention cheating. They got to mention personal shit.
I wasn't understanding that. What the hell that got to do with him getting in the ring?
You know how intoxicated motherfuckers do, dog. They want to get on here and dog out U.S. fighters in the best.
I just want to know if he's still listening. Why did he run?
Yeah, I'm saying, like, why you bail out, bro? You know, shit. You kept on cutting me off. Like, I was keeping it light. You know, you want to keep on talking about what a man's doing in his personal life, bro. Worry about you sitting up here slurring your speech and drinking and shit.
And also, man, this, costume issue he was bringing, man, everybody wears them now. Come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, you got to go back to the cats who was coming in. Camacho, Camacho used to then bring in Nassim Hamed. It was plenty of people. Even Floyd came in every now and then with some shit. Yeah. I mean, they can't blame it on the costume, man.
No. I mean, if I was his advisor, I would tell him not to wear something that heavy, though, honestly. But I'm just saying, I'm not saying it's an excuse, but man, you just got to be smart. You need every little ounce, man, when you go in that ring, man. I like the way Tyson used to come in with the black on black with just a towel. Like, let's go.
Yeah, man. Black boots, black shorts. Get to the point. Let's go.
Let's get it.
I knew. I said, to be honest, Conor, being he was across the pond, I just bathed him in a little bit because they love to talk about, that's why I was talking about drugs, and he was talking about Danny Garcia's like the Alexander Povetkin. But when it comes to Deontay Wilder, I want to know what he had to say negative about it. And he's going to talk about who he was dating and shit, which is, you trying to diminishing the man's name over here, but yet you're not talking about, I mean, come on, man. You got to talk about his accolades too, bro. You just can't sit up here and talk about who he's dating.
I just trying to figure out how he put Mikey Garcia on Danny Garcia's level at 147. Are you serious?
Man, I don't know, bro. Like, this dude,
are you serious? Like, he really said that?
Conor, he didn't even answer the question. He said that Errol Spence would stop Danny Garcia in the 11th round. I'm like, he didn't stop Mikey Garcia. Like, what are you talking about?
Right. I just don't see that happening. I can see, look, I can see Earl outpointing him because of.
I see that. Yeah, I see that.
It depends on which Danny comes in, because I mean, the stuff behind the scenes I've seen, he's starting to let his hands go more, not like the normal fights. Now, if he goes in there and starts fighting with Spence and then reverts back to the old Danny and starts not letting his hands go as much, then you're gonna see what's Earl gonna run with it. But if not, Danny has a great chance.
Yeah,
But
I always look at it like this. That's the first person I actually, allowed on the panel who was up here inebriated. You know what I'm saying? I don't like having conversations with it. It's too easy.
But hey, man, don't do that again, bro. Please don't bring him.
No, I'm not bringing it. He
Don't
just
do that
clicked on
again.
the link. When you put the link in the live chat, sometimes you're gonna get some
Yeah.
other sides. You get the people from across the pond or whatever the shit.
Yeah. And I don't mind that, but he was inebriated, man. You could tell.
Yeah, he was just talking out his head. He's more like a gossip column. He want to talk about people's personal life, but we talking about boxing, man.
I just don't know, man, how people could say, that Danny gonna get stopped, though, man. Like,
I don't see it either, bro.
I understand people have their opinion and predictions, but Danny has been known to have a great chin. He's not a person
Absolutely
you knock out. Like, I could see if it was somebody else that might have been knocked down or something before, but man, I just can't see it, man. If it happens, I'll be shocked.
He say Danny Garcia was the Alexander Povetkin, of the 147 division. I'm like, how, man? Like, when have you seen Garcia getting off the canvas? When have you seen him hurt like that in his losses? Like,
yeah, that's my point.
And come on, man. What are you talking about? He's the Alexander Povetkin. I mean, both of them have good resumes, but Alexander Povetkin, yeah, he's been in dire straits. He's been in the worst end of it. You know what I'm saying? He's been stopped.
Hey, something I read before I came on here, man. Figured I'd go ahead and let you know while we're on here live, man. They're saying Al Heyman and his people telling Sean Porter that he's gonna get the opportunity to face the winner of Errol Spence Jr. and Danny Garcia.
I wouldn't doubt it. There, Kano. I wouldn't doubt it because he's still hanging out as the number one ranked over there at the WBC. They ranking him damn near across the sanctioned bodies one. They moved him up into the position of WBO. You know what I'm saying? Hell yeah. It just goes to show you, man. Stop talking about this Bud Crawford and Errol Spence. Man, that shit ain't happening.
I don't see it happening either, but it's not going to be because of PBC. I'm telling you, it's going to be because of Top Rank. It's Top Rank.
Correct. And that's a good point. That if Sean Porter gets the winner, it just goes to show you how PBC is saying fuck everything else you heard. I'm making moves on my own.
Yes,
I'm gonna link up the fighters that's with PBC.
And I read that about 5 minutes before I jumped on your live. I just got through reading.
Hey man, I can't blame them, man. Make the fight that the people still come and see, man. That's why I don't think this Haney and Russell fight is gonna happen. Really, I think Showtime PBC is doing shit different.
I tell you what, man, I'm gonna be straight up honest with you. I got a lot of respect for Nines live today because he is one of the only ones. I mean, except for you and me, that are being completely open-minded and fair about this analysis, man. Everybody else is one-sided.
Yeah, I seen his live, man. A portion of it before I came on. I still have to finish, looking at it. But yeah, it was a good live from what I seen initially. It was very, a lot of people don't want you to remain impartial. Impartial. They want you to be partial one way or the other. But you can't do that. You got to keep this shit down the middle, no matter who like it or not. Because you can lean heavy to one side and be absolutely wrong. Then your integrity in question.
Yeah, you're gonna look like a fool. This is my whole point. This is why I tried. I'm like, look, I don't know the details. This person could say this and that person could say this. And I'm not sure who's telling the truth. How do I know that? I have to sit back and be neutral on it until I 100% have the facts. If we even get 100% the facts of what went on here.
You're right, man.
But I don't know, man. That's why I try to stay neutral on stuff like that, man. Even though people try to push. I was like, man, look, I can't. I said, I have to stay here, like I said, I got respect for all of them, because they're all pros and stuff. I got respect for Bill, but Bill's like, oh, if your fighters heard you talking like that, they would lose respect for you. I'm like, how? I said, Devin Haney's not my fighter. Gary Russell Jr. is not my fighter. I don't know what's going on. I wouldn't speak like that if it was my fighter. I'm speaking of this because I don't know either one of these fighters. I don't know them behind the scenes. I can't speak on that. I can't be one-sided on that.
He told you that on live that your fighters wouldn't respect you if you talk like that?
Correct.
Damn.
And I responded with saying, Devin Haney's not my fighter. Gary Russell Jr. is not my fighter. So how can I be one-sided on this? If it was my fighter, this wouldn't even be happening to begin with. That was my response.
True.
So I don't know I don't think I said anything wrong. But hey, I'm going to stand by what I said.
King Mitch said wouldn't mind Spence Porter too. So Mitch just he's basically alluding to the fact that Errol Spence is gonna goddamn defeat Garcia, and we're gonna move on to Porter too. Errol Spence Porter too.
Hey, look, man, it's a 50-50 fight between Spence and Garcia, but
it is
my honest opinion on it. The winner of that is going to be Porter anyway. I really believe that. I believe that both Spence and, first of all, Spence, if he fights him again, is not going to fight him the same way. He is going to box him instead. You know what I'm saying? I just believe.
You mean
that
Porter? You mean
Spence
Porter?
Yes, I think Spence will go more into a boxing mode and then pick and choose when he wants to go power mode instead of going power mode the whole way. And I think he just did fought like that with Porter the first time to prove a point that he can bang with him. Spence is known for that. You see what he did with Mikey Garcia. Okay, Mikey's got better boxing skills than me. What'd he do? He boxed him. Yeah,
because Mikey saw something. Mikey said he saw something.
So Spence said, all right, since he can box better than me, he's got better ring IQ. Let me go in here and show you I got better boxing and IQ than him. And he did that. That's the kind of thing Spence likes to do. That's why I didn't put too much into the way he fought Porter the first time, because I'm like, he just wanted to show people that he could bang with this dude, man. Like, if you follow Spence's career, he'll always fight to, okay, this guy got this strength. Let me beat him with his own strength type of thing. It's like he challenges himself to do that shit. I don't know if you've noticed that or not.
I mean, I noticed it with Kell Brook. You know what I'm saying? I noticed that he went pillar to post with Kell Brook. But also I noticed he was in Kell Brook's backyard. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He didn't have to do it with Carlos Ocampo because he was out in the first round.
Yeah, right.
And, the build-up between Mikey Garcia and Sean Porter was somewhat the same energy. The reason why I say that was Mikey Garcia was moving up 2 weight class, so Spence had to go in there and prove, like you said, that he can bang with Garcia. Whatever Garcia thought he seen, it's not enough. I don't give a fuck. You trying to bullshit the fans. Whatever you think you see that you do better, I'm gonna prove to you. So he fought the same way. He went mano a mano. And then with Porter, he just wanted to prove to everybody that Porter used to be a football player turned boxer, that he could be, the more aggressive, grinding type of brawler, so to speak. He can go tit for tat with Porter. But he had the better ring IQ, man. During the storm, he was still able to catch Porter with that left hook.
Correct.
And sit him down. So he just proved, I can brawl with Porter, but I'm smarter than him when it comes down to ring IQ.
I'll be honest with you. I like what Spence did with Mikey Garcia because, listen, man, people's already trying to make excuses about the size. Boxing is boxing. So if you outbox a dude, the size ain't got shit to do with it. So I think that's why he did it, because had he knocked him out in 2 or 3, what are they going to say? He was smaller.
True.
So they're like, well, let me outbox him so that there's no mistake that I'm just a better skilled fighter than this Mikey dude that y'all trying to bring up, like has a better IQ and boxing skills than me. They offended him with that shit, and he had to prove them wrong. It's my opinion.
That's true.
Of course, I said it before the fight even happened. When they got scheduled, I said, "Yo," I told people, I said, "Spence gonna give him a boxing lesson." Why you say that? I said, "Cause I already know how Spence is. They're already talking like the disrespect that Spence talking about. Mikey has a better IQ and boxing skills. Once you did that, I already knew what Spence was gonna do. He was gonna give him a boxing lesson,
And he did.
and he did. So and then people still got a problem with it. Why didn't he take him out? He's a smaller guy. Well, shit, if he took him out, you'd have said he was a smaller guy. Why did he do that?
Yeah.
He can't win. He wasn't going to win regardless.
Yeah.
Although the people that know, he went in there to outbox the dude. He went in there to prove to these folks that he's a better boxer. And he is a better boxer than Mikey Garcia. Ain't no question about it in my mind.
That's somewhat like we seeing with the the back and forth conversation with the Haney and Russell. You know what I'm saying? Like if Russell come up here and dominate Haney or win via decision, they'll give it the same language they did Floyd Mayweather and Canelo Alvarez. You know, he's a big green or whatever. But if Devin Haney goes in here and defeat Russell, they're gonna say he was too small. He was moving up 2 divisions.
Bro, let me mention something about this Mayweather thing, man, because I get tired of people saying that, man. Canelo's a cherry picker, first of all, man. I'm going to go ahead and say it. I don't care. Canelo's a big-ass cherry picker, and I'm going to tell you the only reason he picked Floyd to fight because he thought Floyd was at the end of his career, and when he went in there, he figured out he was wrong. He got his ass beat. Wrong. You know what I'm saying? Because he thought he was catching the old Floyd. That's all that was, man. That's all that was, man. And then they talk about the weight, man. Canelo was the one to pick the weight.
Correct.
Canelo was the one to pick the weight. What are y'all talking about? Like, oh, Floyd gave him this catch weight. No, he didn't. Canelo's team picked the weight. Mayweather just agreed to it and said, all right, cool.
I went in there and gave a free clinic.
Yeah, I don't understand these people that are not looking at the facts, man. Those are the ones that irritate me. If they were factual about things, I respect it, but they're not being factual. They're being, fanboyish. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro,
yeah.
Nah, bro. Look at the facts. Who picked the weight? Canelo's team. So what? Why would you blame Floyd for that? I'm just asking. What you can't.
It's just a lot of people when it comes to
they don't want to give him credit.
Yeah, they don't want to give him credit, Cano, and also Canelo himself, to add on to your cherry picking. He want to come up here and say, well, I don't see myself as losing that fight with Floyd Mayweather. It was just the fact that I wasn't ready for the fight. I was too green. So I don't see myself as losing that fight because I wasn't on the skill level that I should have been to step in there with Floyd Mayweather. So I don't see myself losing that. That's what Canelo said.
But I can't stand Canelo Alvarez. I'm sorry, I just can't.
He was implying, Cano, that he was undefeated, right, bro.
I mean, look who he's trying to fight now. Yildirim, a dude that's inactive. He's not
Come on now, give Yildirim his props, Cano. Come on, man. He's a sparring partner, bro. Give him his props, man. Canelo cherry.
Dude shows up inactive on BoxRec, bro. Shows up as inactive on BoxRec. His last fight was a loss. How do you lose your last fight and the next one you're fighting for a title?
Absolutely.
How does that happen? How does every time Canelo fight, there's a catch weight or a rehydration clause or both? This is the definition to me of a cherry picker, bro.
Yeah.
Because everything has to be on his terms to favor him. He's the one who's going to be fully healthy at 100% in that fight, where the other fighters drained or dehydrated or etc. Man, I'm telling you, man, I see it so many times with him, and I can't stand that fighter, bro. I can't stand that fighter, man. I can't stand it. I can't respect him. And yes, I'm Hispanic.
Did you hear
for y'all listeners out there? Yes, I'm Hispanic, but fair is fair. That dude's a cherry picker.
Did you hear in the litigation? This is all about providing premier opponents once a year. That's one of the the arguments when it comes to Golden Boy and Canelo, right? Did you hear the premier opponents that they had lined up for Canelo? They had Gennady Golovkin, which in my take is the more credible, reasonable opponent. You know, to say, okay, he's worthy to step in as a premier opponent for the trilogy. All right, got it. Look, check this out. Jorge Masvidal was the one. Oscar De La Hoya.
Sorry.
I'm not talking about any other Oscar De La Hoya that might have the same name. Oscar De La Hoya was considered the premier opponent. Jorge Masvidal and Khabib the Nurmagomedov.
That's what I'm saying, bro. He's a circus, bro.
This is unfucking believable. He has Khabib the Nurmagomedov as a premier opponent.
I mean, shit. He's got an inactive fighter getting ready to fight him. So I mean, shit. I mean,
how can they even approve that shit though? Abney Yildirim. Is it going to be for the
zone? The middleweight title? Rejected it.
Yeah, the zone rejected it, but they in the purse bid right now.
They ain't got no choice now, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's bullshit, bro. Mitch said, wouldn't mind seeing Spence reported too. We haven't seen Spence at his best yet.
No, we haven't. I don't think we have.
I think, to be honest with you, I think we'll see Spence at his best probably at a higher division. I'm just being honest.
154. I agree with that.
I'm just being honest because
I agree with that.
If the headlines are right, he's stepping in there with an opponent he already defeated. And like Conor said, he's coming there with a different game plan. If that is indeed the case, that Spence win, he beats Garcia. So what you think Spence? I mean, it's still the WBA title looming out there in the WBO. I'd be hard pressed to say, okay, he's going to be at his best when he faces an old Manny Pacquiao, because that's what it seems like it's leading to. I don't see Pacquiao fighting Crawford anytime soon.
But thank you for mentioning Pacquiao, because they supposedly said Mayweather fought Pacquiao when he was old. When Mayweather's older than him, Mayweather's already retired, and Pacquiao's still beating people right now. So how, you know what I'm saying?
There you go.
I mean, let's keep it 100, right?
Let's keep it 100 though. Keep it 100 though, because he did beat the younger Keith Thurman, didn't he?
Yeah, he's still fighting, ain't he?
He's a world champion, so y'all gotta extract that out your narrative that he waited and fought Pacquiao when he was old and over the hill, and Pacquiao still out here beating Keith Thurman, who was a world champion and younger, a young lion in the game.
And Mayweather was older than Pacquiao to begin with.
Yep.
Why are we leaving that fact out? Mayweather was the older fighter.
Yeah, man. They just come up.
I get frustrated, bro, because they try to take away credit from people who actually accomplished what they accomplished, man. Mayweather was a monster, man.
Yeah, they earned that shit, man.
Man, you done got me started, man, when you mentioned Canelo, bro. I get so pissed when I hear that name. Cause man, I really, really honestly cannot stand that dude, bro. And if I'm ever at a venue and I see him, I would probably tell him in his face. But that's just how I am.
You cuss him out in Spanish?
Man, hell yeah, man. Meanwhile, Andrade fights on the zone, but those UFC guys all draw number. Exactly. Why won't Canelo fight Boo Boo? Boo Boo Andrade.
Yep.
That's the guy right there. That's the real boogeyman. Boo Boo.
Yeah.
But the Keen Mitch, I'm glad you mentioned Boo Boo, man, because man, man, you dead on with that one. You dead on. You hit the nail in the head. They don't want fights like that because they believe they're gonna lose that fight. I think. Man.
He said, meanwhile, Andrade fights on the zone. But those UFC guys would draw numbers. They would draw numbers because their fan base understands who they are as fighters. And it's weird, you know, Conor, that not to steer off the subject, but These mixed martial arts guys, they have a following internal to their community. They can have 10 to 15 losses and people still respect them. You know, not enough to come see them fight, dog. It's amazing. That shit wouldn't happen in boxing.
Yeah, man. I don't know, man. I'm with him though. Real boxing fans don't want to see that shit. Exactly, man. I don't want to see that shit, man. That's cool and cute, man, if you do an exhibition apart from, you know what I'm saying, on the side, but not as a event. And, you know, they're ruining it, man, with these Jake Pauls and KSIs, putting them in there
Yeah.
and putting them ahead and putting them as more of a main event than the actual boxers that are on that card, man, that they're ahead of. Nah, I don't agree with that, man.
That shit is carnival type shit.
Yeah, I don't agree with that, man. That's just disrespecting the sport of boxing, in my opinion. Not that they can't fight, but that should be like the undercard, like the first fight in the undercard. You know, let them fight there. Don't make them the main event. Come on, man.
I just think that's the message they was trying to send people, to get them to gravitate to the zone being this like exhibition / real boxing, you know, type of promotion to give you a source of entertainment that you ain't used to seeing, you know. But they're not Pride. You know what I'm saying? They're not Glory. They're not. It's a different fan base, man, when you come to people entertaining overseas than it is over here in the U.S. But it gets a little crazy, man, thinking that Khabib Nurmagomedov is considered a premier opponent. It's just crazy. Jorge Masvidal, I think, who has like 15 losses now. How is he going to be a premier opponent for freaking Canelo Alvarez? That's crazy.
He's definitely not, man. I don't know, man. They're look, I got a subscription. I'm not gonna lie. I got my yearly subscription with the Zone, but boy, I don't know if I'm gonna renew that shit. Cause yeah, man, they got too much of a clown show circus. Golden Boy contract offers and tactics are funny style for sure, but Canelo as a fighter is a bad dude. Man, I've said this on my videos before that he has all the skills in the world, and this is why I get upset with him with having all these catches and clauses and all of these stipulations everywhere. If you have the skills, why do you need to do that? Why do you do that? Why do you resort to them tactics?
I agree, man. Why pick soft touches? Why, man? Give us the Charlo and the Andrade. Give us that fight at 60. You became franchise belt, and you're proving just how least of a trinket this motherfucker is, like a trinket when it comes to the real belts, because Canelo did absolutely nothing with it. Vasily Lomachenko did nothing with it. So what is it there for? Duck Masters Coalition.
Yep. I don't know, man. I don't know, WC. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. No idea.
Could you imagine if it was Canelo Alvarez facing Jamal Charlo on this card that's coming up?
Man, I'd pick Charlo. That's how much hate I got.
And Charlo facing Jason Rosario.
Man, I would go. I go with Charlo, man. I go.
2 unification matches, Connor. 2.
Yep.
2 on the same night.
Look, I'd pay to see Boo Boo Andrade against Canelo. I would actually pay a pay-per-view for that. I would do it because I man.
Only the hardcore fans would basically, you know, want to see Andrade. He just out of sight, out of mind when he's out of boxing. Nobody knows what he got going on, dog. Like, where is Andrade? What planet is he on? Like, damn.
Yeah. I don't know, man. He don't get no love, man.
No love. No love, man. This dude gets no love, dog.
That's just crazy to me, man. My phone about to die. I caught you on my phone because I wasn't next to my computer, man. I'm gonna have to get off of here and charge it.
All right, for sure, man. Appreciate you dropping through there, Connor. Y'all be sure to subscribe to his channel, man. Salute, my brother.
Salute to you and the rest of the people that are watching.
Yeah, you know, for those who unfortunately was was shout out to Conor Local Sports though. Y'all make sure y'all check him out. Subscribe, man. Intricate part of boxing down there in the Florida footprint. Southern stronghold. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, the ignorance will always come to the surface, man, when it comes to people talking about Deontay Wilder. Because I just wanted him to mention, something in good. I just want him to mention something good. But, when you got somebody that's inebriated and talking out their head, they're going to start talking about, I'm waiting on you to talk about personal shit dealing with Tyson Fury, whoever else you want to talk about. Don't start talking about motherfuckers' personal life on, morals and principles and shit. When you up here intoxicated, I could have went in on that dude, but I said, it's not worth the time to go in on him and have this motherfucker, get me to jump out of freaking character or become impulsive. He pretty much shut it down. But just the point of him bringing up personal shit, it makes no sense to do that. Now you hating. I mean, who cares? He was getting a little bit Lance Pugmire was his name. He was sounding a little bit like Lance Pugmire up here talking that bullshit. Somebody his pride was hurt. Nigga, how you know how somebody's pride hurt? This is combat sports. If somebody's pride was hurt, he would have never even joined the sport of boxing. It would have been a whole nother damn conversation, man. He said the Charlo card is a junior featherweight showcase. Hey, man, I think the card is okay. But shit, I'm going on 4 hours, y'all. I would stay on here if it was something else, if it was a better topic of discussion. But what I'm about to do, I'm gonna close this out by saying that check out the card this weekend. Main event: Colby Covington, Tyron Woodley. And like I said earlier, the co-main event is Donald Cerrone versus Niko Price. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, if you mixed martial arts fans, tune in for that. The card is pretty cool. You got Khamzat Chimaev on there, and it's gonna be entertaining to see this guy fight. He has a bright future. He has a bright future for superstardom. He has the swag. He has the hitman look persona to him. He's not overly flamboyant or anything like that. He has his own personality, man. Real talk. So check him out, man. Check out Chimaev, man. He can fight, dog. He has the skill set to pay the bills, man. Yeah, Cowboy getting all the fights, man, because they just using him, man. They just using him, dog. And I just don't know how he's gonna be. I don't know if he's gonna have a long, lifespan after he retired, because he's been in some wars, man. He has a lot of fights, and they're just recycling him. Before you know it, he keep on losing. His losses is gonna equal his wins. But people still gonna call him a legend. That's the MMA community. They still gonna call him a legend, even though he didn't win a title, because he was willing to step in there and keep on taking a beating. Like Alistair Overeem, they'll call him a legend because he, a champion, Grand Prix champion overseas, and changed over to mixed martial arts. He himself has a lot of freaking losses, but people call him a legend because of what he's been able to do and sustain himself in the sport of combat. Appreciate that, done, daughter. Share on all platforms. Peace and blessings to you. Cowboy UFC gatekeeper. I don't know if he's even keeping the gate, Mitch. I don't even know if he's keeping the gate. In order for you to be a gatekeeper, you have to win every now and then, bro. Just not coming here, man. Look. That's just like me and you having a conversation. I say, hey, Mitch, man, I got Cowboy on my resume, dog. And you're going to be like, how many times, dude? Because every time I turn around, he's losing. I fought him 3 times. I got, all 3 wins, man. But he on my resume. That's what it's coming down to. Just him being a part of people's resume. That's what it's coming down with Cowboy. I got mad respect for him. But I don't know, man. He has a ranch. He's doing. He's basically. He has a place set up where fighters can come sleep on his property and train. He did what you expect a fighter to invest in the product and invest in the brand, and he's done that. From my understanding. Now, he is an extreme dude, and he does extreme sports. So I don't know what else he has going on for himself, but for him to keep on having these quick turnarounds and taking punishment, getting stopped. I'm not saying every fight, but I'm just saying in general. I'm just curious at how long Dana White is going to recycle this dude. But I can't ask that for Cowboy Cerrone when I keep on seeing Alistair Overeem back in here. I keep seeing Robbie Lawler back in this motherfucker. I keep seeing Uriah Faber up in here. John Fitch, who just fought on Bellator, same way. He finally called it quick. He threw the gloves. But I'm like, fighters, listen. Stop putting your gloves in the middle of the cage and then, you know what? 8 months have passed. I'm getting the itch. I'm just like, nigga, you ain't getting the itch, man. Sit your ass down. You stay in the gym. This is one thing about these veteran fighters a lot of times. They retire from the sport actively competing, but they stay in the gym. So they get the time off, their body get refreshed and rejuvenated, and they get it, they in the gym sparring these guys. They may not be on their level sometime, or they may be. And they're not getting as tired. You know what I'm saying? They may be feeling a certain way. They out of competition, so they may be taking a different type of supplement. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of variables you can put into play. They feeling healthy. Man, they eating right. They say, oh, shit, cool. And then they say, hey, you know what? It's been 8 months, man. I'm getting the itch right now. It's time to, hey. And then they grab somebody. Hey, so-and-so, come here for a second. Man, I'm thinking about returning to the cage, man. I'm thinking about fighting again. They're like, man, don't do it, man. Just stay. Or you might get somebody that don't want to say no. They say, oh, for real? When you think about going? What's your projection? What's your timeline, man? What's your targeted date? Man, sometime in 2021, man, I'm gonna jump on so-and-so card, but I'm gonna talk to Dana and see what's up, man, and see where I'm at so I can start cutting weight again and getting back. And then they go in there and they get beat up for another 4 or 5 fights. They may be two out of 5. You know what I'm saying? They may go 2 for 5 on their return to the cage. You know what I'm saying? And they feel good about just going in there getting a win against a guy who's obviously, under their experience level of them, but you're not a veteran, and they go in there and beat. And out of 5 fights they get, they win 2 out of 5. And then go in retirement again. Stop throwing your gloves in the middle of the cage and your ass come back in here months later talking about, I want to fight. I feel good. I feel better than I did ever before in my career. I had a time to let my body rest and heal. Stop it, dog. If AJ had Cowboy heart. Yeah, if a lot of people had Cowboy's heart. Shit. Hey, if a lot of people had Nate Diaz's heart. Nate Diaz has a motherfucking heart, dog. You know how many wars he been in and people that didn't legitimate stop him? Like legitimate stop Nate Diaz. Dude have mad heart. Cowboy has heart, man. Shit. Man, it's a lot of names I can throw out there that got crazy amount of heart. That will never quit. Man, I got Covington, man. I got Covington. He said, you got Woodley or Covington? I have Colby Covington. I have to go with Covington, man. Coming off the last loss, seeing Woodley dominated, I have to go with the last performance as Colby Covington in his loss against Kamaru Usman. Man, he got some hands, and he got wrestling background, both of them, but I think Covington's better right now. I think Woodley's on the decline unless he proves us wrong. I'm going to Covington, man. Woodley hasn't been active. May have aged overnight. Look horrible versus Usman. Yeah, he fought Gilbert Burns, man. Yes, he did. He fought Gilbert Burns. Tyron Woodley is, he has his 5 losses, but if you look at his last fight with Gilbert Burns, it was I think it was May of this year, bro. So he hasn't been out the cage that long. He lost a unanimous decision to Gilbert Burns, and before that, in March of 2019, he fought Kamaru Usman. So he hasn't been out the cage that long, man. This is a quick turnaround in my opinion, and how he looked against Burns. It's just too quick of a turnaround, to be honest. Too quick. Man, I hope Woodley turn it around myself, because I'm not a Colby Covington fan. You ask me, who do I have? I have Colby Covington. But who do I want? Tyron Woodley. Why? Because Colby Covington, man, he does some absolute buffoonery type bullshit all the time for attention. I understand he turned a certain way to get people to tune in and like him and support him and all this other shit, and being able to get close to the president. But a lot of what I see him doing is just fakery. You know what I'm saying? It's just fakery to me. But he can fight, goddammit. He can fight. So people, that's all. I'm 4 hours in this motherfucker. Appreciate everybody who tuned in for the deployment once again. Definitely appreciate it. Check out my details, my YouTube details, of the YouTube channel live. And I put the PBC card, Erickson Lubin. I forgot all about this shit. Erickson Lubin, 22-1 versus Terrell Goucher. Check that out. I like this matchup, man. He called out Goucher. Erickson Lubin was talking a lot. So, you know what I'm saying? Let's go check that shit out. I'm looking to see Lubin. He's still climbing the ladder to the top to get that recognition from his knockout. And also a lot of people talk about this shit, but I don't hear nobody talking about it too much in the fights this weekend. But you got Cerrone in his 25-0. 25-0, y'all. He going against Juan Carlos Abreu. Everybody's looking for Boots to step back in there and see how he looks, so we can start comparing him to the higher competition. He's fighting this weekend. Check him out. Unless, COVID-19 takes over or whatever, he's fighting this weekend. He is fighting this weekend. I put the entire main card and preliminary card in the details via YouTube. If those of you that want to take a look at this UFC card that's coming on this weekend, all right? It's pretty decent, the main card. It's pretty decent. So that's what I like about the UFC. They have a lot of fights on their cards, man. A lot. Boxing Mohegan Sun Casino, September 19th. I just put the 3 main fights. Whether they're gonna televise all of them, I don't know, people. To be honest, I couldn't tell you. Boots versus Mean Machine. Who you got? Boots versus Mean Machine. Man, I think Boots is the better fighter, though. I think he's the better boxer. I just think he has the better boxing skills, man, than Mean Machine, man. Mean Machine, he's a tough dude, though. He ain't a pushover. But I just look at I gotta look at this fight coming up. I have to look at this fight because even though he knocked out his last opponent, I wasn't impressed with Cerrone Ennis. It's a lot of things I was expecting him to do. You know what I'm saying? But he got it done. You understand me, Don Dollar? Like, he got the shit done, bro. And I'm really pulling for Boots. Because check this out. He's 25-0, y'all. It's time for him to okay, I gotta increase my competition. I gotta make this shit happen. I got to face some top tier opponents. So, you know, my audience can start respecting me. My fans can start really talking about putting me in against a damn champion, saying Cerrone Ennis is ready. This man potentially might be 20, 28, 29 and 0 and hasn't even got a title shot. This man might be 32 and 0 and haven't got a title shot. So what do y'all think about that? Cerrone Ennis, he has to start stepping up his competition with his record. Because in this day of time, man, they don't respect you for having that many wins and you haven't fought nobody. Cerrone Ennis ain't fought nobody. I remember I said this shit in a damn group and people was trying, oh, that's Boots. He's cool. I never said Boots wasn't cool. I'm saying with that many wins on your record, it's going to come a time when you got to really face somebody, especially when you have, you know, the Devin Haney's that's sitting around the same amount of wins, but they were champions. And then Teofimo Lopez's, you know. Yeah, the Errol Spence. I can't put him with Terrence Crawford. Even you know, there's plenty of fighters out here with that amount of wins or more that's already been in the championship showcase. So when it comes down to it, Cerrone Ennis is gonna have to step up. He's gonna have to step up, real talk. He's gonna have to step up sooner or later, man. Yeah, Mean Machine a strong fighter, man. Mean Machine a strong fighter. I agree. Mean Machine a strong fighter. But of course, you saying that, Mitch, it's not going to change the fact on how people look at him when it comes to talking about Terrence Crawford. People don't want to give Mean Machine no credit and say he was a bum, but not look at his amateur pedigree and what he's been able to accomplish. And just because he went in there and he actually put Crawford in trouble. It's not weird. I can't say it's weird when it comes to this. It's just a lack of commitment to slice it down the middle, to be unbiased about it. It's just people willing to be biased, extremely biased, because they're not really sure who Mean Machine is. When your biggest fight is coming into the presence of someone like Crawford, and no one pretty much knows who you are because you've been out of sight, out of mind, and you get stopped, you know, people frown upon that. Boxing has a whole different audience. Way different from mixed martial arts. Way different. But I like to see that fight, though. I think Cerrone Ennis has better boxing skills, but Mean Machine is a tough fighter, man. I like to see that fight. I would definitely like to see that fight, man. That's a good matchup right there. Real talk. Real good matchup. Who, though? Who can Boots fight? If you had to ask me right now after this fight, okay, that he has with one, who I would like to see him fight next? Yordenis Ugas. They gave Yordenis Ugas this belt. You know what I'm saying? That just because the boxer who had it tested positive for a banned substance. I would like to see Cerrone Ennis get that propelment or that elevation up there to fight Yordenis Ugas the same way freaking Virgil Ortiz was able to get that pathway to the mountaintop without doing too much to get there. You know, provide that shit for Cerrone Ennis, goddammit. Have him fights. You know, we already saw that boring ass fight Ugas just was in with Ramos. Cerrone Ennis win this fight? Put him in there with one of them guys. Virgil Ortiz or goddamn Yordenis Ugas. Put him in there with, Mike Garcia is a 4 division champion, so I don't know if he even get that fight with Mike Garcia. That'd be a good name on his resume, though. If he able to step in there with Mike Garcia or something like that. I don't want to see him in there with Danny Garcia. I don't care if Danny Garcia loses to Spence. I don't want to see him in there with Danny Garcia. I got to take a Danny Garcia break. If he loses this shit, I need a Danny Garcia break. Yeah, Josecito Lopez, man, he's still a solid fighter. Man, I'm Jesse Vargas out, dog. Like, Jesse Vargas to me is good enough to lose, dog. You know what I'm saying? He's tough, but he's good enough to lose, bro. Like, if Jesse Vargas gave me that pinch, I ain't looking to see Jesse Vargas go in here and win a fight where he's expected to win. I want to go in here and see him win a fight he's not expected to win, or if it's a 50-50 fight. But to be honest with you, I have to be honest, that would be good competition for Ennis. Both of those names, Josecito Lopez, Vargas, that would be good, solid names for Ennis, especially a step up. I think Sergey Lipinets is a bad matchup for Ennis. Seriously, I think Sergey Lipinets is a bad matchup, man. That dude has a chin. He's tough as shit, and he will press the shit out of Ennis. He will make Ennis fight on the inside, and it'll be dirty. I don't know if Ennis is ready for that shit yet. Sergey Lipinets is a dog. Yeah, he got power too, man. Lipinets is a dog, man. I don't think Ennis is ready for that. Yeah, man, Stevenson, I'm telling you, a lot of people talk about what we have currently going on with these names floating around. When I hear people dog out, like treat Stevenson like he too small and he ain't shit, man, Stevenson's telling you all he coming. Stevenson is telling you all he's coming, man. That's the future of boxing. Mark my words, Stevenson ain't playing. Shakur Stevenson is not playing. Dude is fucking serious, dog. He might be off social media chilling and all that. I saw what he gave Joet Gonzalez, his praise to my. I salute him, for his performance and basically giving him, a shout out and shit like that. That's outside of the drama that led up to him, dating Gonzalez's sister and the fallout with the family and all that shit. From my understanding, they're not dating anymore, but that's not something that's important to me. I really don't report on people personal shit unless you like Adrian Broner down here in the A, getting arrested for crazy shit. And I don't know if y'all checked out his song that's on World Star Hip Hop, but go check it out though. That's not something I like. I don't like that type of music. I'm like from the era of Rakim, all them cats. KRS, man, come on, man. I ain't gonna get into that shit, but Stevenson is a problem, dog. And mark my words, Stevenson in the next, I will give him all of 2021. I would say probably the early part, the back end of 2021, early part 22. Stevenson's gonna make some big moves. He's gonna have some solid fights. I'm telling you. Stevenson he's going to be in the same division as some of these names you're hearing in 35 right now. Watch what I tell you, bro. Stevenson is going to be in the same division as some of the top names you hearing. Sooner or later, he's going to be there. He might just pop up and say, I'm going to take this fight at 35. Fuck it. I'm going to take this fight at 35. Would you pay to see Lomachenko and Stevenson? Imagine that fight. That's possible. Stevenson and Lomachenko. It's possible. Because why? Lomachenko keep trying to dip down to 130. Stevenson might be able to get that name on his resume. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it if Lomachenko beat Teofimo Lopez, because you got Devin Haney out there. But if he loses, you know, Stevenson might be able to put that name on his resume. You know what I'm saying? That'll be a damn good fight. Yeah, man. But Lamont Peterson, you know, his team knew what was up. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, they know what was up. That's not Lamont Peterson's first fight, man. They know the game, man. Shout out to the Peterson brothers, bro. Shout out to Barry Hunter, man. Shout out to them cats. Some, you know, the good guys. You don't never see them tripping in the media. You don't never see them guys out here just pressing keys and shit. Screen savers. I mean, they got respect in the game of boxing, man. That's, man, it's a lot of names out there. Why y'all brought that shit up, man? Okay. Let me go over here for a second. You know what I'm saying? Let me go over here for a second. Because Cerrone Ennis, man, taking this fight. He has to fight even a former champion, which was mentioned earlier. You know, but he needs to fight somebody that's not absolutely outside his weight class. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't want to see him face Amir Khan. I think that's too much for Ennis. Amir Khan still can box. You know what I'm saying? So I'm looking at Cerrone Ennis is ranked 12th in the IBF. All right. So just the other weekend, you know, just the other week, I was telling you all that the number one slot in the IBF was fucking empty. But now they done fixed all that shit. They done moved Sean Porter up to number 2 in the IBF. He was in 9th or 10th. And then, you know, they moved Sean Porter up to number 1 in the WBO. Virgil Ortiz number 2 and Mikey Garcia number 3. Where did the fuck Danny Garcia go? Cerrone Ennis is ranked number 11th in the WBO. So Cerrone Ennis is ranked in the IBF, the WBO, and I'm trying to see over here. So he's over in the IBF and WBO. So we'll see how that works. They got Maurice Hooker up here. I don't know. It all depends, man. He definitely don't need that Sergey Lipinets work right now. Oh, I mean, you got Keith Thurman over there at the WBO. He's ranked number 10th in front of Ennis. What y'all think about Ennis and Keith Thurman, man? To be honest, I don't think Ennis ready for Keith Thurman. But if he want to step up fight, that'll be the fight. But I don't even think Keith Thurman will fight somebody like that. But then again, it'll be a good fight for Thurman too, because Boots is a household name to the his regional fans and shit. He's still building. Like most people who mention Boots, they like him. So he has a fan base. I don't know if he's ready for Keith Thurman, though, to be honest. I ain't gonna lie to you, y'all. I ain't trying to set this man up for failure. The only one I would like to see him in there with is Yordenis Ugas, because Ugas looked like an Ambien pill when I'm watching his last fight. Put him in there in the WBO with freaking Yordenis Ugas. Skip over Thurman and all these Michael McKinson and Mikhail Zuski. You know. Put him in there with Ugas. I want to see Ugas. Ugas. That's what I want to see. And I want to see Virgil Ortiz tested. Since people up here, you know, filling this man head up. Talking about he's a knockout artist. Put him in there with Keith Thurman. Put Keith Thurman in there with Virgil Ortiz. See if he knock out Keith Thurman. Just get one knockdown like freaking Manny Pacquiao was able to do. Get one knockdown. Because I'm not sold on freaking Virgil Ortiz. I'm not sold on him. I'm not sold. Nope. I'm not sold on Virgil Ortiz. And I hope they put him in with a worthy opponent before he steps in there with the champion. I hope he does. That's a good question, man. Boots Ennis, Virgil Ortiz. That's a good question, man. Because you look at, Cerrone Ennis and his last opponent was absolutely a soft, super duper goddamn bubblegum touch, dog. And then I have to look at Virgil Ortiz. He was in there with a more worthy opponent. So if you was to say that fight was going on next, I would have to go with freaking Virgil Ortiz. Just because Cerrone Ennis has not faced the level competition Ortiz has faced. He would have to step up and show out. He would have to upset Ortiz. Boots Ennis would have to go in there and upset Ortiz when it comes down to it. Do I think Ennis has better skills than Ortiz? Absolutely, I do. I think he has better skills. But when it comes to competition, no, I cannot say Boots has the better competition. No way, no how. Is he a better boxer? In my opinion, I would have to agree. It's all up to Ennis. Ennis has to step up the ladder on his next 3 fights. He has to step up, and we get to see him this weekend. I want to see him go in there and show out this weekend. I want him to goddamn have us on our feet. You know what I'm saying? Boots versus Robert Guerrero. The way Robert Guerrero's been looking of late, Mitch, that might be a pretty decent fight for Boots. You know why? Because I think the Robert Guerrero who stepped in there and fought all those tough guys back in the day, I think he's a ghost right now, if you know what I mean. I think Robert Guerrero is a ghost right now of what he used to be. I don't think Ennis will have to worry about the Guerrero that was in there with Andre Berto. Because he goddamn made Andre Berto look like motherfucking that he was from damn planet Mars and shit. But shout out to the Ghost. He's been in there for some of the top competition. He's lost to some big names, though. Guerrero has lost to some big names, but when you try to talk to casuals and temporaries about this shit, they think, Guerrero is just went in here and did huge things with the big names. Jason Litzau wasn't a big name. Okay, let's get that straight. He did some good things in his career, but he lost to Mayweather, he lost to Thurman, lost to Danny Garcia, Peralta, and Figueroa Jr. back to back. You know what I'm saying? That'll be a good fight. His last fight, he won a UD against Gerald Thomas in September 2019. So that'll be a good fight for Boots. He can go in there and work on his boxing, we already know what we getting from Robert Guerrero. We know. If you give him the right style, he'll make the fight interesting now. You know what I'm saying? He'll make the fight interesting. But check this out. If inside the fight on the inside like Omar Figueroa did, he's gonna have to box his ass off to get the respect and break down Guerrero. Because I ain't gonna lie, I tuned back into that fight with Figueroa Jr. And he was giving motherfucking Guerrero the business. He gave him the motherfucking disrespectful business that you would ever look for in a fight. He was fucking goddamn Guerrero up. And he was sending those uppercuts, man, like first class mail. First class, motherfucker. No signature needed. Stamp is on that motherfucker. Time I touch you on your chin. No signature needed. Virgil Ortiz versus Kell Brook. At this time, I refuse to talk about Kell Brook. Isn't Kell Brook fighting in junior middleweight right now? Isn't he supposed to be trying to make a fight with Terrence Crawford in the Belks parking lot? For freaking, what was the pay? What? $34.55. They trying to make that damn purse that purse bid, you know, Kell Brook get paid $34.55 to whatever Bud Crawford getting. Boots versus Austin Trout. Man, y'all better stop it. Y'all better stop it. Y'all know goddamn well Austin Trout will give Boots a boxing lessons. Y'all better stop that goddamn buffoonery. Seriously. This is the type of damn conversation y'all supposed to have over the weekend when y'all sitting at home pre-flighting, you know, and y'all getting your head right, you know what I'm saying, to get ready to go out. You know, goddamn well Austin Trout will goddamn give Boots the business when it comes to boxing one-on-one. I want Figueroa and Bud because of his sister Cat bodysuit. Because of his sister Cat bodysuit. I haven't seen that, man. Let me see what you're talking about. Because I like cat suits, but not everybody can wear cat suits, bro. So let me check out what you're talking about. Omar Figueroa, sister. Let's see how. What? Oh shit! Oh shit! Shit! Okay. What little John say? Okay. God damn, she fine in a motherfucker. Okay. Shawty, let me get at you right quick. Shit for a minute, Shawty. That's all we need to talk about. Damn, Shawty fine. Damn, she fine as shit. All right. Okay. Okay. Got you. She fine as hell. I ain't gonna lie. Absolutely. FR. For real. Shawty on point. And she had that pink suit on too. I got to go back and peep that out again. Let me see. So she's not a ring girl, is she? She's up there. Okay. Y'all not gonna like this, but I seen her in person already. It took me a minute because I was trying to put this shit together. So if I'm not mistaken, let me see before. No, that's not the one I seen. Nope, that's not the one I seen. I thought that was the other chick. No, that's not the one I seen. Anyway, 87 in the house. What's good, man? Salute to you. Myra upstaged the fighters and ring girls that day. So who girl is that? Is it Figueroa sister or what? Because she looked familiar. I'm not sure if she's Brandon Figueroa because I seen him at 2 of his fights. I think y'all talking about Brandon Figueroa because if that's the case, I seen her in person with him. Okay. Yeah, I seen her in person, man. Yeah, she bad, but you know, like she's a youngin', you know. She blessed to God and Jesus Christ say, man, you know, her genes are freaking perfecto. She has that beauty to her, and she got a body to go along with it. So yeah. Yeah, she on IG. Yeah, I seen that. She was standing behind, you know, at the weigh-in and stuff like that. She know what she was doing. Believe me. She know what the hell she was doing. I don't know if she'd be somebody you need to marry right now because it seems like she's feeling herself. Any girl that walks out there with an outfit like that, they ain't ready to get married unless you got money. She's walking out there with a cat suit amongst all these dudes out there. Man, she know what she is. She's playing. She's taking full advantage of her beauty, sexiness, everything, man. Like, oh, girl is bad. Bad. Bad to the bone, goddammit. She's a baddie. Oh, girl is fine and a mother. But anyway, I need to get off that before somebody goddamn report my live. And you know how motherfuckers get this day and time when a man do what a man's supposed to do. Well, you know what we was listening to was just totally offensive. He was just offensive, and he was talking about women. He's been, objectifying the women. No, man. Like, we should be able to get on here and say a woman look fine as shit. Shawty bad. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers be tripping. Reporting your shit. Y'all really need to pay attention to this channel right here. I think at the end of the day, you really need to, revise who you allow to have a channel to begin with, and therefore monitor it on a regular basis. And the language, oh my God, the language for which he was using to objectify that woman, it's just unnecessary. It's just not holding up to the standards of YouTube. You know what I'm saying? It's just not the way it should be. I mean, I'm like, Shawty, is she fine though? Oh yeah, she's fine, but you didn't have to objectify her like that. Well, shut the fuck up then. If you think she fine, I think she fine, then we both think she fine. Okay, cool. Let me go up here and try to look up some other pictures. Yeah, I seen her in person, man. Yeah, she bad. She bad, she bad, she bad. That body. She's gonna come out there with a full bodysuit on. I guess they didn't pretty much like me coming on no girl. So gonna try to damn reset a Man, this shit start tripping, bro. For real. It's probably because I've been on this monk over 4.5 hours, dog. Shit. You start talking about women. I'm telling you, man, that shit all fucked up. And you start talking about women, man, this shit start acting up. There's no way, shape, or form he's going to start disrespecting and objectifying women. Man, come on, bro. Yeah, man. But anyway, I'll leave that alone. There's no way I can interview anything. I wouldn't want to interview her. There's no reason for me to interview her. I could have just as well, interviewed Brandon Figueroa. That would be more boxing related because her, she's still young and it's not much she can tell me about the sport of boxing. And she's selling nutrition drinks. Okay, cool. But I ain't here to have a conversation about nutrition drinks. And then she'll probably have 10 motherfuckers in the background, goddamn standing close to the damn live. Sure, all the questions are respectful and doesn't degrade or defame her brand.